Sound check, sound check. Sound check. All right.
Hello? Hello?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. How are you? All right. That's good to hear. And I hope you had fun last night.
Hello.
All right. So we're live. That's why we encountered this technical difficulty. And I hope you had your breakfast at a level 1. The food were so good, so you must not skip our breakfast today. And I know you guys are very excited because this would be our last day for today's conference. So without further ado, good morning to all. I am Mila Zoe Martinez from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, and I am the moderator for today's session. On behalf of the Core Research Foundation and in association with Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Management and Science University Malaysia, MSU, Social Networks Innovation Center Taiwan, Walton Institute of Technology India, IEEE SMC Taiwan Chapter, MASA University Malaysia, Taiwanese Association of Social Networks Taiwan, Smart Indonesia Academy Indonesia, and the National Academy of Professional Studies Australia. I am delighted to welcome all the delegates and participants from around the globe here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. All right, for the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, or the ICMASS 2023, which started yesterday, December 2, and until today, December 3, 2023. And for this year's conference, theme is Divergent Paths to a Sustainable Development in Society Through Education. It is with a great pleasure to join with research scholars, academicians, and students all around the globe. And this event offers a platform for you to be stimulated and enriched by the latest research and development. So prepare yourselves to dwell into the presentations exploring transformative advances from various disciplines. Let us acknowledge the efforts of the organizing team, our reviewing committee coordinators, and everyone involved to make this international conference possible. Again, let's acknowledge the management and Science University Malaysia, MSU, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Social Network Innovation Center Taiwan, the Walton Institute of Technology India, IEE SMC Taiwan Chapter Taiwan, the Masa University Malaysia, Taiwanese Association for Social Networks Taiwan, Smart Indonesia Academy Indonesia, and the National Academy for Professional Student Studies Australia. On behalf of the organizing team, we wish all the delegates and participants success for today's session. To formally start our session, may I invite Mr. Darshan Soria Sahu, the Chief Scientific Officer, Core Research Private Limited Company, to give his introductory speech. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you for the warm welcome. Good morning, everyone. Respected academicians, researchers, scholars, industry leaders, esteemed guests, and distinguished participants. Good morning again to each and every one of you. It's with great pleasure and sense of immense honor that I stand before you and speak to and address this second day of ICMASS, Kuala Lumpur. I hope we have gathered here with taking bundle of knowledge from day one and proceeding to day two. And I hope the knowledge will be added in many ways today. And I am very much thankful for the day one participants, keynote sessions, and our organizers to have a wonderful day with us. And same I wish and I propose to continue for day two. In day one, we have evidence many such research area where to focus and how to implement those things in our day-to-day life. And we had great initiatives taken, which we have shown in the research areas in the day presentations. Those I will again implement that sustainable society is a great thing to do because we need peace and humanity to sustain. And for that, we need everyone to be educated as one. And we should have a single goal in our life to achieve. And that is a sustainable society for everyone. In each part of world, we need to approach this motive to get a sustainable society. And I will request you all not to go only for education. It should be implemented in society. The main theme and main motto of this organization is to contribute towards education and society. This theme we have kept to make the awareness, including among us and to the society also, as a one that they should contribute something and make this world a better place to live in. Again, I will not take much time, but I will thank you all to coming into this international conference and getting your valuable time and learning something from here. And we wish that we should learn from something from you, and you should also learn something from us. So at last, I will thank you all to come to the second day of international conference, and we wish all the best for today's participants. And I also again welcome all the guests and speakers for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sahu. Indeed, we should act as one towards the peace and humanity. And that's why we are here today. We are participating the ICMASS towards the sustainable society. All right. Now let's proceed to the opening remarks of our dearest campus director, the director of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, none other than Dr. Cheryl Morales. Let's give her a round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most beneficent. Good morning to to our dear participants and our virtual presenters and listeners, as well, of course, our participants here with us, no, physically. So yesterday we had, of course, a very experiential and I say outstanding, no, day one, and the presenters on the day one were awarded for the best paper and best presentation, and we hope to see again another one this second day. So let me start. Of course, considering that I'm a Muslim, the multidisciplinary approach does not, of course, what we call that is in within the teachings of Islam. In Surah Al-Rum, it stated that in his science is the creations of the heavens and the earth and the diversity of languages and your colors. Indeed, in that are signs of those knowledge. Mercy is it, rather diversity is a mercy from God. Our differences will come together, provide solutions towards this emerging issues that we are facing today. Humanity, as they said yesterday, 60% is already run by artificial intelligence, as what Dr. Ting said to us. And it was really surprising that even ChatGPT has humanity inside. Whenever I will ask ChatGPT, I'd like to have a statement for a multidisciplinary approaches in depth discussion. And he would say such heartwarming statements. Let me give you one. I said, provide a multidisciplinary approaches and solutions. The ChatGPT answered me, consider a sustainability challenge like urbanizations, academic from environmental science, urban planning, economics, and sociology could collaborate. They might examine the environmental impact of urban development, economic implication, social equity, concerns, and community well-being. So even ChatGPT understands that we have to provide it for the well-being of the society. And again, as we took the statement of our vice president yesterday, that humanity happening as of now in of course in is between Israel and Palestine is really heartbreaking. So if this AI is already providing such solutions with humane solutions, definitely us, no, as the vicegerent Califator Ard of Allah of God, we are here not just to present our paper because it's a requirement in the academe, but we are here to come together, provide solutions, think of how can we use this knowledge to provide impact and help our society. So we are committed, no, in the ICMASS together with our partners to continue the sustainable society and provide, and we are willing to have this consortium all throughout so that there is a greater platform with a higher purpose. So, of course, again, just like Mr. Dersan mentioned, I won't make it long. So, as an opening remarks, I'm welcoming you again in the second day of the ICMASS. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you so much, Director Morales, the campus director of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque City Campus. And I love to hear what Director Morales said a while ago, that diversity is a mercy from God. Our differences, the color of our eyes, the color of our skin and hair, our languages. Now, despite of that, those differences, we are here gathering today towards the sustainable society, including the peace and the humanity we are aiming for to make our planet for us, for our loved ones, and for the future generations to live in. Without further ado, let's welcome our first keynote speaker. He is an educator and a registered nurse and part of the PACOCOA accreditors. He served as a counselor and representative of Parañaque City, Metro Manila. And now, the incumbent mayor of Parañaque City since 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker is none other than Dr. Eric De Leon Olivares, and he will be presenting to us the topic social responsibility and engagement in higher education, understanding the education 4.0 landscape. Dr. Olivares will be joining us virtually. All right, let's give Dr. Olivares a round of applause. And for our virtual participants, you may tap or press the clap button.
A pleasant day, fellow educators. Higher education for many people is the pinnacle of their academic journey. It is often referred to as the transformative period of education, which is here where learners are provided the prime opportunity to explore different areas of their academic interests. It is also an opportunity to discover what particular study they want to specialize in. As I said, higher education is indeed a great time to find your academic niche. On the other hand, higher education serves as an avenue for professional and personal progression. Beyond academic learning, higher education instills skills that make learners equipped for the field of career they have chosen and has the potential to open opportunities for career advancement. Furthermore, along with professional growth comes a profound journey of personal development and self-fulfillment. Through this, learners can discover their skills, unlock their potentials, and develop a sense of identity. However, higher education institutions are more than a route for academic learning and personal and professional progress. Many higher educational institutions have already integrated social responsibility in most spheres of education. Social responsibility, as generally defined, is a set of principles that involves engaging and fulfilling a civic duty that will benefit our society, especially to the less fortunate residents of the community. And this type of commitment has become an important concept, especially in the context of globalization, as a social responsibility highlights our commitment to behave ethically while contributing to economic development and improvement of the quality of life. Albeit mostly used in the business context, social responsibility has also been realized by many universities, colleges, institutions, because these serve as a crucial tool to foster society's fundamental values among students that are instrumental to the holistic and progressive development of our world. With the environment rapidly evolving and global challenges emerging, the practice and application of social responsibility have been more important, whether it is through research, community outreach program, instruction, among others. Remember, in higher educational institutions, there are three functions: research, community extension, and instruction. As pointed out in Alzud and Banihani's paper, social responsibility plays a critical role in facilitating and improving the community's quality of life, as it encompasses various areas, including the need to strengthen civil commitment and active citizenship, and to provide services to the community through community engagement and outreach, and to promote economic and national development, and to promote ethical approaches to issues, and to develop a sense of civil citizenship by encouraging the students and the academic and as well as the administrative staff to provide services to their local community, among others. Furthermore, it highlights that by practicing social responsibility in higher educational institutions, students can get involved and address the issues faced by their community and promote sustainable practices and provide community service. Therefore, higher educational institution leaders and administrators shall put social responsibility into practice. As a member and a commissioner of PACUCOA, or the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities Commission on Accreditation here in the Philippines, we ensure that this concept is integrated into schools, universities, and colleges by reviewing and analyzing their educational operations. In fact, this is one of the 10 self-survey areas to be evaluated and accredited. Among the characteristics that we evaluate are the institution's sense of volunteerism, emphasis on the empowerment of people to accomplish its business aspect, its passion for quality assurance and continuous improvement, and its cultivation of a culture that is geared towards greater efficiency, effectiveness, as well as productivity. Furthermore, as a member of the Regional Quality Assurance Team of the Commission on Higher Education, NCR, in the National Capital Region, in the Teacher Education Program, we also evaluate and monitor the programs of higher educational institutions in terms of their compliance with the requirements stated in the policies, standards, and guidelines stated by the Commission on Higher Education, or CHED. But of course, we recognize that promoting the social responsibility and engaging students to get more involved in civic duties and will not be effective without the efforts of the government. Thus, as a local chief executive, as a mayor in the city of Parañaque, we are doing our part by working hand in hand with various universities, most especially with our 2 locally funded schools, which is fully subsidized by the city government of Parañaque, one of which is the Parañaque City College.
All right. So there's a technical difficulty on the video presentation of Dr. Olivares, but let me share with you the highlights of his presentation about the transformative education. And the transformative education will be exploring and different aspect of education. For instance, the implementation of social responsibility with the help of our respective government. If we work together, if we work hand in hand, we will be able to contribute to our society by molding transformative leaders for our sustainable society. And these transformative leaders will respond and act effectively to the global challenges, not only in the educational landscape, but also to the all aspect of our society. Thank you so much again, Dr. Olivares, and let's give him a round of applause. At this point, we will now proceed to our second keynote speaker, who will be discussing the topic supporting ecosystem conservation and restoration through a reforestation model centered around local and indigenous community. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is a committed and self-motivated team collaborator with a decade of expertise spanning diverse departments. This includes roles in inbound and outbound, raw materials quality control, procurement, business analysis, and dedicated commitment to sustainable development. She is proficient in strategic management, and this individual excels in deriving valuable insight from diverse raw data through analytics to enhance business optimization. She demonstrating adaptness and presentation and transparent communication. She effectively engaged with colleagues across departments, customers, and suppliers. She also possesses profound knowledge of the food manufacturing industry and exhibits comfort and adaptability in various professional environments. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our second keynote speaker for this session, Miss Ellen Ko Eswa, APAC Sustainable Manager, Tyson Food, Asia Pacific, Malaysia. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you for the introductions. Hi, a very good morning to everyone. I would love to start the conversation with the questions. What would you do if you have a half bottle of mineral water in front of you before you leave the room today? Would you drink it, finish it, and take the bottle to recycle? Or you would just dump it to the trash bin with the remaining of water inside the bottle? What is your choice? So look, life is full with options. Many people are saying that what we are doing today is impacting the future. And I'm going to tell you right now is what we are wasting now, it is impacting the supply of natural resources to the people at another part of the world for now, not the future. There are billions of people in the world have inadequate access to clean water. And according to UNICEF and World Health Organizations, there are about 1 million of people that are 1 in 3 people in the world that do not have access to safe drinking water. Contradictory, there are about 1 million of plastic bottles were used in every single minute. So from here, you can see that the resources is impacting. And as climate issue continue to deepen, our natural resources is getting scale. And we need to look at what happens in the industry today. Nature resources, nature disaster is on the incline trends. This includes the, may I have my slide, sorry? Yeah. Sorry for the interruption. I'm gonna show you some picture over here. Here. So this is the image that I obtained from Concern Worldwide US. In Sub-Sahara Africa today, the people are suffering because the soil have been degradations, and it's due to the climate-related drought situations. And the people are suffering from the water crisis due to the drought as well. And on the opposite, at the end of the spectrum, the rising of the sea level is salinating the fresh water sources. And this causes the water no longer potable. So as mentioned that natural disaster is on the incline trends. And this includes the drought and flood situations in the country. And this, to combat with these situations, it is very crucial for us to look at what we can do right now. The nature disaster is expected to increase as we, human beings, continue to feel the effect of the climate change today. Next. Look at this beautiful ecosystem. Ecosystem is the fundamental role for us to maintain the health of our planets. And ecosystem provide us clean water, fresh air, and even the fertile soil that needed for agriculture. Ecosystem, they also provided the habitats for countless species, including the endangered ones. And today, unfortunately, our ecosystem is under severe threats. They need help. And this is the situations that we are observing right now. The deforestation issue, the land degradations issue, the climate change issue have caused irreparable damage to the delicate system. And the loss of biodiversity and the disruptions of the ecosystem have far-reaching consequences to the environment as well as to the human society. And to combat with these challenges and to restore the nature, we need a growing movement to engage with the local and indigenous community to run the adaptation or mitigation programs, such as reforestation. So have you ever thought about how the climate could affect our future generation and who impacts to make such a huge turn? It's the questions that we can think about it. So with the human populations and demand continue to increase, the nature resources is getting scarce. When the nature resources is getting scarce, it impacts our basic human needs, which is our food, even the medicine, which is for our healthcare, and other basic needs. At the end of the day, it violates the basic human needs. So as such, all of us, every human being is responsible for nature conservation. No matter you are a student here, you are a researcher here, you are an employee or employer of a company, everyone play a role. And in the broader perspective, I'm going to tell you that organizations' effort in driving sustainability is greater than the individual efforts. But not to forget, organization effort is come from individual effort as well. Look at Jack Mezirow. He talked about the transformative learning theory. People tends to identify the ability to make changes, to reflect on things. After so long, they have been adapted to what they are doing, or they are not aware in the past, but through learning, they're able to make changes. So the same scenario that we apply in this situation, organization perceptions and agriculture industry operations play an important role in this. So as an industry player, what we can do is, how are we going to help the ecosystem? How are we going to restore the nature? So to drive the changes, first thing is the industry need to be awake and aware of the situations today. They need to know what they need to know. Great understanding and awareness is the first thing that we must work on that. And before we create understanding, not to forget, the first very important thing is to create the urgency. How are we going to create this urgency? Through data, through number. We have to know where we are today. Set the baseline, look at what is the gap, and work on that. Without creating the urgency, it is very hard to drive transformation. So this is what the industry practices that we are working on today. Through urgency, we drive transformation. I'm working in the company, Tyson Food. It's a food industry, one of the largest food company in the world. So our company are taking steps in conserving nature resources and restoration. So protecting forests and ecosystem is aligned with our company purpose, raising the world expectation for how much good food can do. And through our company core value, we strive to create value with the stakeholder, with the community, with the customer, and with our team members, where we strive to make as the steward for the animal, land, and environment entrusted to us. Looks the situations. Any industry who are sourcing commodities today, they will face the potential risk of deforestation. And accordingly, Tyson, we acknowledge that there is a need for us to conserve the nature resources and restorations. Today in US regions, for Tyson, majority more than 95% of the cattle, beef, soy sourcing was at low risk to deforestation. While for our pulp, paper, packaging, more than 70% sourcing was at low risk to deforestation as well. One of the reasons is we are sourcing from US origin. Another reason is we accompanied by the Sustainable Forestry Initiative certification. And not only that, look at the direct palm oil using in the food product. There are 3,000 facilities in Asia Pacific. We have been certified as RSPO certified company last year, and we maintain the certifications. And for the indirect material, not to forget that there are a lot of embedded soy and palm oil that using in the products today. Before that, maybe some of you may confuse what I'm talking about. Tyson is a food company that we produce chicken nugget, fried crispy chicken, chicken patty, all types of products that you can see in the market. So embedded soy and palm oil is also part of the content in our food system. What we can do today is we conduct traceability. We trace the origin of soy and palm oil, and from that, we have to analyze whether the material is sourcing from deforestation-free area or it is not. So in brief, in Tyson, we have made our commitment in sustainable sourcing because this is a way for us to create a positive impact to ecosystem conservation. And apart, thank you. And apart from that, we also work on reforestation programs. And you might be curious, so how is the deforestation programs that we can carry out? There are a lot of best practices in the industry today. I will give you a few examples. The first one, educations, awareness, that is crucial. A good reforestation program is always accompanied with the education component. We have to educate, we have to create awareness, not only to the society, to the community, to our farmer, ranchers, everyone. Once the awareness is created, we work together, we work hand in hand to drive these reforestation programs. And the second one is integrations of the traditional knowledge. We respect the nature, we respect the local indigenous community, we learn from them, we hear from them because they know better what is the tree species to be planted in their area. So learn from their knowledge, learn from their ecological knowledge. And it could be partly related to their culture of the community, or it could relate to the demand, the food demand of the community, that your plantation will bring the outcome, will bring the food to the society. So this is one of the areas that we should think of. Respect their idea, let them make the decision, let them feel the empowerment, and they will have a sense of ownership to the reforestation programs that we are working on. And they will take care of it. And the third part is best practices sharing. We have to communicate the good thing that we are working on today. For instance, there are local industry players They are working on reforestation programs. But I think the communication is lacking. Communicate the best practices, it makes us to learn from one another. And it will accelerate the process. This is how the industry should work together to drive the adaptation and mitigation program, such as a reforestation plan. So I have made a summary. Yeah. Next. In order to give you a better picture, this is the summary that I have called out into 5 simple steps of how an industry can work on this reforestation model centered around local and indigenous communities. The first step, facing it. You have to know where you are today. What is your baseline? Where is your starting point before you going to your target? So if you remember just now, I talking about create the sense of urgency. If you want something to move on, if you want the management to approve, you have to create a sense of urgency to the management or to the public that this is something that we must work on, that flag it out, voice it out. And second thing, mapping it. How are we going to map it? Develop a strategy on how you want to work on a reforestation programs. You have to well plan what is your program and make sure your program is not short term, but it's a long term programs. If perhaps it's the community within 5 kilometers from your organization, from your company, from your facility, it's up to you to design a strategic plans to work on that. And third thing, do it. Take actions. Do what you say. That is the important part. A lot of things we have planning, we not really carry out. And just do it. That is the important part. And the fourth one is shaping it. Nothing is perfect. So we have to review the process and improve year on year. For instance, this year you have done the reforestation programs. Look at the conditions of the tree, look at your plantations, is it work? And next year, we can seek for improvement. And the last one, connect it. Connect it, make it a sustainable effort. You are not just planting the tree today, you are happily going for a reforestation program. You plant the tree and then you never visit it for many years. There's no way. You don't know how is the situations of the tree that you have planted. So what we did in our industry is we will revisit year on year to making sure that the tree that we planted bring a positive impact to the nature. That is crucial. Connect it, engage with the society, see what we can do. Like I say, organization effort is greater in driving sustainability compared to individual effort. But not to forget, individual effort is the one that drives the organization's efforts. Last thing, don't forget, environmental is our home. So it's a storehouse that provide all the necessary things that used to sustain our life. So we must protect it and we must maintain its integrity at all costs. All right, lastly, I would like to say again, don't forget to bring your mineral water bottle before you leave the room. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for sharing with us the sustainable practices of Tyson Foods and for enlightening us to make a difference. So let's anchor all the plans in our respective universities with sustainable development goals to lessen the impact of climate change, deforestation, and land degrading. And I would like to share with you that the society that destroy its soil destroy its future. So let's be an eco warrior in our simple way. So now at this point, we will begin the technical session 1, the presentation of our participants' research. We invite our session chair, Associate Professor Luel Hati de la Cruz, the Dean of the College of Human Kinetics, the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, to give us her opening speech. Let's give Professor Luel Hati a round of applause.
Thank you, beautiful lady. I warmly welcome everyone to the first session of the second day of the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Development. So to our presenters, we have 7 research topics to deal with, and the organizer is expecting a fruitful engagement to all the participants. However, presenters are given 7 minutes to lay down their respective research topics. And then after that, our presenters and then the participants during the open forum, we will allow your questions and inquiries about the topics presented by the 7 presenters. Moving on. To present virtually, may we call on Ms. Nadia for the research topic titled, How Spatial Point Pattern on Customer Affect Retail Fuel Stations on Businesses. Do we have Ms. Nadia online? A video to be presented to us. So let us watch this
Good morning
video.
everyone. Today I will present my research work about how spatial point pattern on customer affect retail fuel station business. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Nadia. I'm a student of doctoral program in Institute Teknologi 10 November Surabaya. I work in retail gas station private company. My research work topic around computational statistics and data analysis. As a dedicated supervisor, Professor Nur Iriawan and Dr. Cristiano Tamal has guided undergraduate students, fostering the next generation of scholars. For more details inquiries, you can scan the QR. Understanding the integrated spatial dynamic of customer behavior is critical for business aiming to enhance service delivery and optimize resource allocation. This presentation introduces a sophisticated analysis framework employing point process models specifically tailored to unravel the spatial interfaces of customer interaction. Our research focused on utilizing point process modeling to capture the spatial distribution of customer activity with retail spaces. By integrating AIC, we aim to identify the most suitable model that accurately characterizes the underlying spatial point pattern in customer behavior. The presentation into the technical point process model, emphasizing their capturing spatial dependencies and uncovering patterns that traditionally methods may overlook. Through the lens of AIC, the approach to model selection, ensuring the balance between model complexity and goodness of fit. The key terms include the application of point process model to analyze customer hotspot, the impact of environmental factors, spatial pattern, strategic integration, business seeking to optimize spatial layout, and marketing strategy. This presentation also contributes not only to theoretical advancement in spatial statistics, but also offer practical insight industries keen on leveraging spatial data and decision making. Understanding how point process models, this elevate comprehension on customer behavior, fostering a new era of strategic planning and research optimization. Fueling stations are not just waypoints, they are dynamic hubs influenced by spatial preferences of customers. Understanding how spatial dynamics shape customer behavior is pivotal for enhancing operational efficiency and customer satisfaction. As you can see in the slide presentation, there are some highlights about other research work, about specific customer research, increasing number of competitors, and other gap between sales in retail business district. Our research aims to utilize PPM to delve into spatial pattern of customer activity at retail gas station. By doing so, we seek to uncover insight that can guide strategic optimize business performance. We employ PPM as a robust tool for spatial analysis. This model allows us to capture and quantify the spatial distribution of customer interaction. with geographical coordinates, time of day, and contextual elements specific to gas station. Selecting the right model is critical. Through religious evaluation using IEJ, we ensure that our chosen point process model accurately represents the spatial point pattern. Our research isn't confined to theory. We apply point process model to real-world scenario within retail gas station. This includes optimizing pump layouts, identifying prime location for promotion, enhancing the overall customer journey. In conclusion, our study sheds light on how spatial dynamic and customer behavior profoundly influence retail gas station. Armed with this knowledge, business can navigate the evolving landscape with precision, fostering enhanced customer experiences and sustainable growth. I welcome any question or insight from the audience. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to engaging in enlightening discussion. To the organizers, speakers, sponsors, and every participant who contributed to the success of this event, I extend heartfelt gratitude. Your commitment to excellence has made this conference not just a meeting of mind but a catalyst for future endeavors. This is one quote from Dr. Stafa TikTok. He said that don't let PhD break you, let it rebuild you. Thank you everyone and have a nice day.
Hello. Hello.
Thank you. Moving on to the next topic, let us call in from the Philippines, Ms. Catherine Liabe, to lay down to us the research topic titled Evaluating the Capacity Building of Instructors in the Bachelor of Science in Office Administration Program for an Inclusive Education. Ma'am?
Okay, good morning. So I am only human, flesh and blood I'm made. So I think that's the introduction of me and my topic, which is as an educator, I am aspiring for everybody to have education for all. And this education for all has been the catchword of many international organizations since 1990, and the byproduct of this education for all is the Salamanca Agreement. However, this education for all is not really for all because it is not inclusive, especially for the vulnerable people. However, in response, the former president of the Philippines has enacted or mandated a law for the basic education to integrate the vulnerable people. And this leaves the tertiary education in conundrum, which means how prepared is our tertiary education, especially those who are offering the skills-based program in integrating these vulnerable people. So to assess the capacity of our professors, especially on the office administration program, I have used the Brusino effect, the framework from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or the OECD, to assess if our professors from the office administrations are really prepared. So the policy areas are Section 2, strategies to prepare teachers for diversity, strategies to guide teachers through inclusive education, inclusive school leadership and management, strategies to promote an inclusive approach to teacher well-being, and Section 3, a toolkit for inclusive teaching, and which includes culturally responsive curriculum and setting the tone for an inclusive classroom. Next slide, please. So, however, there is a dearth of related papers for vulnerable people, especially in the higher education. So I think this paper is one of these papers that can be included as reference for the tertiary education. So next slide, please. So this paper was administered online. So because this was conducted still during the pandemic. So what is the result of these two policy areas? So for strategies of for strategies to prepare teachers for diversity and inclusion through professional learning, it received it is still highly observed, but then as you can see, it is only through paper. Okay, so even though it is highly observed, the actual experience still matters. Okay, next slide, please. What about strategies to guide teachers through inclusive school leadership and management? Again, this is still highly observed, but the teachers would like to be more for their school leaders to be more collaborative and to foster cooperation through different sectors. Next slide, please. What about strategies to promote an inclusive approach to teacher well-being? Okay, so maybe our professors are thinking that this is still another task for them, another burden to carry. So this only received a moderately observed. Okay, but however, as educators, we are aiming for education for all, and it means all, without excluding anyone. Next slide, please. So this is interactive. So the next slide is about culturally responsive curriculum, which means the curriculum is already observing an inclusive education, which received a highly observed. But again, still remember that this is only in paper. Okay, next slide, please. Now, next, setting the tone for an inclusive classroom. So again, the classroom is already prepared for an inclusive education because teachers are ready to embrace these vulnerable people. However, the actual experience matters, which again, this is also highly observed. Okay, so in conclusion, the curriculum, the classroom is already set. The teachers are ready are open-minded to have learnings to learn more for the vulnerable people. However, they can learn more if they will be immersed, if they will be put into areas that really requires that really requires their presence. So I would like to say that so you have you, me, we, us, and we have our we have a world that is integrating our vulnerable people. So in conclusion, I would like to say that this paper is still all talk, all words, but no action. Okay? So I would like to recommend to everybody that if you are a university that is already practicing inclusive education, please join conferences in order for the world to know your best practices. And let us invest also in assistive technology so that our vulnerable people will already be integrated or included in our curriculum, and thus we can say that education is really for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Liabe. Job well done. Now, moving on to the third presenter. So, let us hear from Mr. Dimas Hayo Pamongkas to present to us, to lay down to us the research topic titled An Analysis of Potential Augmented CPO Production in Indonesia to Comply with B100 Mandatory Biodiesel Program Without Deforestation. On stage,
Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you so much for the greetings. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dimas Haryo Pamungkas. I'm one of the delegates from Indonesian Palm Oil Strategic Studies. In this event, we will share a series of research studies about issues around the oil palm industry in Indonesia. The first topic will be an analysis of potential augmented CPO production in Indonesia to comply with the B100 mandatory biodiesel program without deforestation. Indonesia needs to undergo a sustainable energy transition. It is because we are facing challenges in addressing the decline in oil reserves as the primary source of domestic energy. Based on the data, crude oil reserves experience a decline up to 46% over the past decade. It is aligned with the decrease in oil lifting, around 32% or 612,000 barrels oil per day. Therefore, Indonesia needs to develop an energy transition by using renewable energy that is in line with SDGs value. However, the government of Indonesia has initiated an energy transition program using vegetable-based fuels to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels. It systematically decreases carbon emission more sustainably. Palm oil as a sustainable biofuel in Indonesia. Masterpatient 2017 states that biofuel has effectively reduced greenhouse gas emission. The Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources of Indonesia also declared that 1 kiloliter of biodiesel can reduce carbon emission by 2.6 tons of CO2 equivalent. Multiple studies also state that biodiesel is more effective than diesel fuel. Adiatma from ESR calculated gas emission from combustion on vehicle, comparing the usage of diesel fuel and biodiesel. The result shows that emission from pure biodiesel B100 combustion are 70% lower than diesel fossil fuels. The advantage of palm oil. The first, the availability of plantation for palm oil reaching 16.4 million hectares, and the potential production is the potential production of oil palm is 5 until 8 times higher than other vegetable oil. Targeting NZA 2060 through increasing biodiesel to B100. Government of Indonesia aims to achieve the net zero emission by 2060 or earlier. One approach to support this goal is by increasing biodiesel consumption by up to B100%. It began in 2008 when it was mandated as B2.5, and then increasing to B10, B15, B20, B30, and in this year B35. The graph illustrates a notable increase since 2016, coinciding with the establishment of BPDPKS. The biodiesel consumption much higher. To achieve net zero emission by 2060, a substantial amount of CPO is essential to meet the B100 mandate. Ideally, before 2060 or at least starting by 2050. The question is, how can B100 be achieved? How much CPO is required for conversion into biodiesel, and when can this be fulfilled? Therefore, we're doing this research. Can Indonesia, with the question, can Indonesia meet the demand for B100 from existing oil palm plantation without expanding land, particularly through deforestation? What strategies can be employed to achieve an increase in palm oil production? These questions are crucial to answer. Indonesia must transition from fossil fuels to sustainable energy growth while guaranteeing consistent and sustainable palm oil production and upholding the SDG values of environmental integrity, biodiversity, and forest. Here's our research method. In addressing the question, we use forecasting method in the study. To project the production, various factors are considered, including plant age, seed type, land suitability class, and cultivation techniques. The productive area are projected also by using oil palm replanting program. Replanting program schemes in smallholder, private plantation, and state-owned and plantation. The following action is that they are considered as immature area for the following 3 years. And reclassify them as mature or productive area in the 4th year. Yeah? Okay, to summarize, okay, thank you. This is the result. The planted area is growth up to 2060. We have the stability planted area as the land use palm oil area. The mature area also growth, and the productivity can be growth like this, and the production can be growth and stable in 100 million tons hectare up to 2045. And we compare the projection of oil palm production to the demand of biodiesel. We see here the oil palm production is still comply and meet the B100 biodiesel demand. The conclusion, projection indicates that palm oil production in 2040 will surpass 100 million tons annually, achieving its peak level of 103 or 104 million tons in 2045 to 2060. The second, biodiesel consumption doesn't increase linearly. Therefore, B100 needs only 28 to 32% of the total palm oil production. In other words, the NZA 2060 target can be met by implementing B100. Our recommendation, the strategy to achieve the high production, this conclusion has policy implication. First, achieving the oil palm replanting objective is essential for smallholder, private, and state-owned enterprise plantation. This involves prioritizing the maintenance of replanting to ensure optimal plant growth and maximum production yield. utilization of certified DXP oil palm seeds, good soil conservation, implementation BMP. 3, enhancing the quality of agronomic inputs, such as fertilization, pest control, and harvest management, and also considering environmental and biodiversity factors in high conservation value area within plantation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sentosa. Before we move on to the PIP presenter, may I call in the beautiful girl in my side, Miss Joy, to tell something about the issuance of certificate to our keynote speaker.
Thank you so much, Dean Luwalhati. So at this point, we will be awarding the certificate of recognition to our distinguished keynote speaker. So may I invite here in front Miss Ellen Ko S. Wu, APAC Sustainable Manager, Tyson Foods, Asia Pacific Malaysia, together with the Research Core Group Committee of the ICMASS 2023. Allow me to read the citation. The certificate of appreciation is given to Eileen Ko S. Wu in recognition of contribution as a keynote speaker at the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach to Sustainable Society, organized on the 2nd to 3rd day of December 2023 at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Signed, Dr. Iman Parshi, Dr. S.P. Sahu, and Associate Professor Cheryl Sharima R. Morales. Let's give a round of applause, Miss Ellen Ko S. Wu. The same certificate is also given to Dr. Derek I. Shinting, Director and Associate Professor in Social Network Innovation Center, National University of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Thank you so much, Dr. Tieng. All right. Thank you so much to our distinguished keynote speakers. And now we will be resuming the presentation of research conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. And congratulations to our keynote speaker for receiving the plaque of recognition or the certificate of recognition. Moving on to the PIP presenter with their topic, CPO allocation model for mitigating cooking oil scarcity in mandatory biodiesel program, a case study of Indonesia. May I call in on stage? I don't know if I can pronounce it right. Is this Miss Octadianti Kartika Padmanshi? Agiba. So I stand corrected. So let us move on to the fourth, I think, right? So with the topic titled Biodiesel Mandates in Indonesia, a strategic pathway to net zero emission by 2060. Let us call in Miss Diwavayani Sentosa.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm happy to be here to present my study with you pursuing the sustainable energy solution. It's about biodiesel mandates in Indonesia, a strategic pathway to net zero emission by 2060. I am Divayani Sentosa, a junior researcher at Indonesia Palm Oil Strategic Studies, IPOS. This study is part of the oil palm trilogy, which the conducted of IPOS. Global warming is a big issue. Global warming is gradual increase in the Earth temperature, generally caused by the excessive release of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. This process disrupts weather patterns, affect the ecosystems, and poses risk to human health and well-being. To prevent the rising of Earth temperature, the Paris Agreement is a landmark climate change agreement that aim to limit global warming well below 2 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial levels, while pursuing effort to limit the increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Indonesia in 2016 had been committed to the Paris Climate Agreement. They outlined their goals in 2030 to aiming to reduce emission by 29% unconditionally and 41% with international support compared to the business as usual scenario. Looking ahead, Indonesia also committed to achieve net zero emission in 2060 or possibly earlier. Net zero emission involves balancing the amount of greenhouse gas emissions produced with the amount of removed from the atmosphere. In Indonesia, if we look the energy sector, account for 65% of GHG emissions if we exclude the land use change. The transportation sector contribute 25% to CO2 emission in 2021. From this study, we're limiting our attention to effect the converting from the diesel to biodiesels. The mandatory program done by the government to reduce the dependence on imported fossil fuels, encourage the renewable energy sources, and reduce GHG emissions. This is in line with the SDGs goal about the affordable and clean energy and climate actions. Implementation of B30 in 2022 had been reduced emissions by 27.8 million ton of CO2 equivalent. This milestone need to effectively scale up since the Paris Agreement has set the target to 100 million tons carbon dioxide to reduce emission in 2050. There are two problem statements derived in this study. The first one of the feedstock availability. Is it possible to maximize the blending mandate in Indonesia? We need to know the balance of feedstock volume and export volume, since in Indonesia, the price received by public is affordable by subsidized fund from government. And the second one is emission reduction target. How much decarbonization will be achieved if B100 is implemented? The data used must follow the assumption no growth of plantation area, no deforestation, new technology development implemented well, perfect foresight exists, and the priority demand is to secure biodiesel and export, and the excess goes to the others. The methodology used is a quantitative approach with mixed projection modeling using simulation, forecasting, and linear programming. For the result, the forecast demand for biodiesels, this is the projected based on diminishing return model. In 2035, slowly decline due to increasing of electric vehicles. This model aligned to the energy mix target established by Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources in Indonesia. For the feedstock availability, This projection is calculated from the allocated according to the volume required to meet the funding needed by mandatory biodiesel program and replanting program to attain the high productivity. We multiply the CPO volume and export levy based on the CPO price to generate the appropriate revenue of finance for biodiesels. We found that the production of CPO can meet the demand for biodiesels and the need for exports. Additionally, there are still accessible allocation for foods and other requirements. And for the emission reduction target, implementation of B100 in 2015 will be reduced 99.4 million tons carbon dioxide equivalent. If we look back at the Paris Agreement targets to the transportation sector in Indonesia, we found that fully implemented biodiesel can meet these targets. On the other hand, if the mandatory biodiesel program is effective and the other transportation targets are also working well, we are optimistic that Indonesia can achieve higher emission reduction than the target above. As the conclusion, the potential achievement of B100 by 2050 is highly dependent on CPO production and implementation of mixed strategy. The implementation of B100 will support decarbonization by reducing emissions, but to ensure this accurate implementation of the projection presented in this research paper, the government and relevant stakeholders need to consider the following aspects: the technological innovation, capabilities to create a scale supply chain and support infrastructure, the sustainability supply of necessary feedstock, governing standard, tracking and pricing mechanism for CPO price, and effective capital allocation and financing structure for levy policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sentosa. Moving on to our fifth presenter. So with the topic CPO allocation model for mitigating cooking oil scarcity in mandatory biodiesel program, a case study of Indonesia. Let us call in on stage Ms. Oktadyanti Kartika Padmansi.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Oktadyanti, junior researcher from Indonesia Palm Oil Strategic Studies. In the last part of our research studies trilogy, I will share an exciting topic of cooking oil and CPO allocation in Indonesia. Food security is a topic that impacts every one of us. Food security means all people, all the time, should be able to get enough food to lead an active life. It is a simple yet powerful idea that everyone should have access to the food they need physically and economically. But what if the ideal condition cannot be attained? The impact is captured by the picture on screen. Back to 2022, Indonesia faced a cooking oil shortage, which is considered ironic. As the world's largest CPO producer with a production of around 51.2 million tons in 2022, it should be possible to meet household consumption needs that only around 2.70 million tons, or only 5% from the total CPO production. Cooking oil itself is 9 essential food commodities for which the government is obligated to ensure sufficiency, and consequently, the scene of scarcity has triggered to social unrest, particularly among households, and it is leading to difficulties for the household in finding the product in the market. As a result, consumers forced to purchase in limited quantities at higher prices and reaching the highest peak almost to 80,000 rupiah per liter in January 2022. And there are several arguments exist regarding the factors driving the shortage of cooking oil, including the increase in international CPO price, disruption of distribution, and mandatory biodiesel program. To respond to the situations at that time, government of Indonesia has implemented a range of policies addressing price, distribution, and also allocation. And if we revert to the graph, the initiatives were introduced in January 2022 when the price reached its peak after a gradual increase starting from mid of 2021. And during the implementation, there was a lag in the decline of the prices. By April 2022, the price surged back to the same level, indicating ongoing challenges in overcoming potential causes. And this research will focus on the allocation factor because it is connected to other utilization, including Renewable Energy Initiative or MVP. IPOA categorized CPO allocation into 4 categories, which we utilize for defining the allocation. According to the chart, there was an increase in domestic use between 2011, 2018 and until 2022. Besides, food allocation experienced a slight decrease in 2020 due to the implementation of the social restriction policy. On the contrary, export allocation experienced a decline while domestic utilization increased. It means there is a shift in allocation from export to domestic uses. The problems comes when some observers perceive an intense competition between food, cooking oil, and energy, biodiesel, leading to cooking oil shortage. From that problem, it is important to make priority scales which expected to address societal sustainability related challenges through food security, which is aligned with SDGs values. So in our research, there are 3 research questions that we'll cover. First, projection of future demand. Second, optimizing the approach of CPO allocation. And the third, impact on CPO balance in the future. And then we also use 3 theories as our analysis background. Supply and demand theory, resource allocation theory, and optimization theory. So we begin the conceptual framework with optimum CPO allocation target, which applied in demand and supply. And then demand or consumption has its constraints that should be fulfilled, while the other side, which is production, will be executed in 2 scenarios. In the end, both consumption and production will create a resource allocation balance that achieve the target to the optimum CPO allocation. And for the methodology, we use quantitative approach with mixed linear programming with the data series from IPOA. And the result is projected data for 2023 until 2060, representing 4 phases of MVP program, B35, B50, B75, and B100. So moving to our first result. We divided the result into 4 phases. And based on our projection, the domestic demand will increase from 24.2 to 68.3 million in 2060. And the result is aligned with the growth of population, GDP per capita, and GDP of chemical and pharmacy industries. From this result, we also calculate the optimum function using linear programming from projected data. With the to maximize the certain allocation from production numbers with the priority food and oleochemical, and then export, and then biodiesel. The calculation results show with current production performance, none of the period are able to fulfill all the constraint. Meanwhile, only food and oleochemical allocation is sufficient to manage until B100. And then for the export, the targeted amount of the CPO has been insufficient when B100 is implemented. And biodiesel has different cases. Since B35, the biodiesel target capture rate has declined from 59% to 0%. And from the graph, this is what we can capture with the insufficiency from the demand and its supply. So the question is, what can we do to overcome the situation? The demand can only be fulfilled if the supplies are sufficient. So increasing production is the only sole solution. we must emphasize do and don'ts for its feasibility, such as optimizing agronomic inputs, DGOI's replanting program, and additional non-deforestation methodologies. On the other side, increased production may be result in surplus, which can be either directed to export market or allocated to initial stock. And it is can be visualized by the graph that the production and demand is in an ideal condition where the higher production level allows CPO allocation to meet all requirements. So as the conclusion, the perception of biodiesel is the cause of cooking oil scarcity lacks conclusive evidence, as the domestic uses have shown growth in recent years. To meet both domestic and export demands in the future, Indonesia must enhance its production capacity. The projected target for 2050 is to produce 103 million tons of CPO. And the third, ensuring the availability and stability of food and energy resources are important to manage societal sustainability issues. For the recommendation, government of Indonesia should enhance production output through viable strategies with non-deforestation methodologies. And then the government also must ensure market mechanism in the cooking oil industry, which is really important to ensure its product sustainability in business and also society, while also considering the purchasing power of the people. So for the closing statement, food security is a simple yet powerful concept. Energy security also holds significant importance as a global concern. It is crucial for Indonesia to align with one another as this is fosters the long-term sustainability of society. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Padmansi. Now let us proceed to the last topic. It is about preserving the cultural heritage, introducing Tawi-Tawi delicacies in teaching geometric figures among primary grader. Let us call in Ms. Shilamar Hudan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. I am Shilamar Jailani Chudan, a faculty member at the Mindanao State University Tawi-Tawi College of Technology and Oceanography in the Philippines. And I'm honored to present to you and share with you my research titled Preserving Cultural Heritage, Introducing Tawi-Tawi Delicacies in Teaching Geometric Figures Among Primary Graders. Next slide, please. Before I begin with my presentation, allow me to introduce to you Tawi-Tawi, where the study was conducted and where I came from. And maybe you can consider Philippines, particularly Tawi-Tawi, as the next venue for our conference next year. Yeah, and we will be very excited to welcome you and tour you to our majestic cultural sites in Tawi-Tawi. And among those are in the picture, we have the Balabak Cave, the Bihing Tahik, our Budbonggao, our beaches, the longest sandbar in the Philippines, and the Sangay Shapo Beach. And also, we are proud that the first mosque that has been established in the Philippines can be found in our place, in one of our island municipality in Simunul. So, yeah, may I begin with my presentation? Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. Just a backstory. My husband, who is also my co-author, works at the Bangsamoro Commission on the Preservation of Cultural Heritage. And last year, they had a training among Badchao mothers in Tawi-Tawi, wherein they trained these mothers on how to bake and make delicacies that are true to Tawi-Tawi. And with that, as I was observing, we thought of also introducing these delicacies to our young learners in Tawi-Tawi because they are these delicacies are already alien to them. They are more exposed to junk foods than to these delicacies that actually dictate and promote the culture and heritage of our place. And so we conducted research. Next slide, please. Culturally responsive teaching integrates people's cultural backgrounds into the curriculum for enhanced learning outcomes. Anchored on the theory of Lev Vygotsky and the sociocultural theory, we believe that when we employ approaches that are true to the culture of our students, they become more engaged in the learning process. Specific cultural elements in mathematics, however, remain unexplored. As we explore literatures in ethnomathematics, we discovered that there is a scarcity of literature that employs delicacies into mathematics teaching. And so that became another motivation for us to pursue this research. This study uses the descriptive developmental research designed to integrate tawi-tawi delicacies into teaching geometric figures for primary graders. We actually developed a module to be able to introduce these delicacies among the primary graders. Next slide, please. Participants include 112 primary graders from the three elementary schools in Bongao, Tawi-Tawi, and with their respective mathematics teachers. They were assessed through pre and post tests. We also had interviews with the teachers, and we also did classroom observations. Results show significant improvement in pupils' understanding of geometric figures with the integrated teaching module. There was a dramatic increase in their scores from the pre-test before the module was given to them compared to the results that we got from the post-test after the module was introduced to them. And actually, the teachers, we also asked the teachers to utilize these delicacies as instructional tool inside the classroom when they teach the geometric figures. Quantitative insights highlight enhanced student engagement, enthusiasm, and cultural appreciation. Next slide, please. Teachers' perspectives validate the effectiveness of cultural integration in promoting comprehension of geometric concepts, and the study contributes to culturally relevant pedagogy, emphasizing its potential for inclusive and meaningful learning environments. I believe that when we employ approaches that showcase our culture, our learners become more interested in the learning process. And out of this research, the very goal is not just actually to help the learners or to teach them shape recognition, not merely the shape recognition, but to foster love for their culture and recognition of their identity as Bangsamoro Filipino in the Muslim Mindanao. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hidan. Now let us move on to the last but not the least topic that we are going to discuss this morning. With the topic, the 21st century teachers' competence in the new normal, basis for faculty development program. Let us have a big hand to Miss Fatima Sara Sali.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. So this morning, I am very much honored to present my study entitled 21st Century Teachers' Competence in the New Normal Basis for Faculty Development Program. By the way, I am Ms. Fatima Zahra Sali, one of the faculty members of the College of Education from the Mindanao State University, Tawi-Tawi, Philippines. Yan, next. So this study has been conducted in Tawi-Tawi, Philippines. As you can see, the demographic profile of our country, our province, it is nearly located at Malaysia itself, a neighboring country of this country, and also it is located at the southernmost tip of the Philippines, Tawi-Tawi. And as what my colleague has said, you can also have our next conference perhaps in the islands of Tawi-Tawi. We're very much welcoming you at our college. So the abstract. So the context of this study is in the context of new normal. As we all know that we have been challenged during the pandemic and the global learning. So the heart of this study is on the assessment of the level of competence of the elementary teachers or the teachers in whole, because we need to assess the level of our teachers in order for them to be seen that they are, whether they are ready or not in the facing of new normal. So This study has been anchored on the framework Philippine Professional Standards for Teachers, a framework in the Philippines to assess the teacher's competence. And the basis will be the faculty development program on the basis of these results. Next. Yan, this is exploratory sequential mixed method. This employed a mixed study, the qualitative and quantitative. For the qualitative method, we have employed a focus group discussion among the school administrators on the needs assessment of the elementary teachers, and quantitative because we have made a survey questionnaire lifted from the Philippine Professional Standards for teachers among the elementary school teachers. And it was all found out that the teacher's level of performance is overall level of performance is distinguished, and there are no significant influences between the teaching competence with their general profile. Thus, the null hypothesis is accepted except for learning environment, community linkage, and professional development. Next. So in the context of Tawi-Tawi, why we have conducted this study? Because in Tawi-Tawi, our teachers there have or little less exposure to or enough training, especially on pedagogical innovations and recalibration of the educational setup. So with this, we aim to have competent teachers in the Philippines. So basis for faculty development program. Next. Yeah, moreover, the administrator reiterated that elementary teachers, they need assistance most in the curriculum instruction, followed by assessment, literacy, and numeracy. Thus, the faculty development program that we conducted earlier this November was based on those identified needs. Findings. Yeah, the findings, most of them are in female. Most of the teachers are female, and only few of them have pursued postgraduate degree programs. Teachers believe that they were able to establish safe and secure learning environment, and teachers need more time to build relationships with parents and guardians and guidance to foster harmonious relationship with other stakeholders. So that was the findings. Those were the findings of my study. Next. And most of the teachers there in the Philippines, in our province, were younger teachers, just like us, junior faculty members. And it showed that doctorate unit earners perform better in giving content-based knowledge and pedagogy. Furthermore, teachers need to further equip themselves, especially in the social-emotional aspects, because as the pandemic unprecedentedly came in our country and all over the world, nobody was prepared for it. So hence, also our mental health has been shaken. Next. For the conclusion, the overall teacher's competence is distinguished, however, needed to be enhanced with appropriate faculty development program. The overall level of teaching competence is also distinguished. Thus, the respondents, on the basis of the PPST or the professional standards for teachers, they embody the highest standards for teaching grounded in global best practices. Next. Yeah, they have also significantly influenced the teachers, especially the age level and educational attainment. And as you can see, curriculum instruction, assessment, and facilities and equipment were among the needed needed aspects in their competence. Next. Yeah, this is the picture of our focus group discussions with school administrators, where we have the qualitative data subjected to thematic analysis. Now, since our Dr. Saho earlier said that our study or need to be to give back in our society, this study have made a teacher upskilling and reskilling training for our elementary and secondary teachers in the province, because we have aimed to capacitate them in the recalibration of the 21st century teachers. So this is the output of our study. Next. Yan. And those were the resource speakers, and I was one of the resource speakers during those times. So because we really want to capacitate our teachers, because sustainable society, I believe as an educator, we must also invest on educators. And when we say educators, we are not only referring to those persons who are in the teaching field, but those people who are directly involved in shaping the minds of younger generations to have sustainable development and society. Thank you, Magsukol. Maraming salamat and teramakas.
Thank you, Miss Sally. And that's all the topics for the morning session. So let us recap before we have move on to the open forum for the topics that we have discussed. For this morning, we focus our discussion on environmental protection, cultural preservation, teachers' capability towards achieving inclusivity, equity, and sustainable society. And with that, may I invite all our presenters in person or personally, and of course, the one that we have online, Miss Nadia Sulfana, to please open your cam for the question for us to entertain an inquiry coming from the participants of this conference. Any question from the online and from the audience? So with us online is Miss Nadima Firma Solfana and Miss Catherine Liabe, please. You're na pala, sorry. Mr. Dimas Haryo Pamungkas from Indonesia, as well as Miss Divi Vayani Sentosa and Miss Oktadyanti Kartika Padmanshi from Indonesia. Kindly sit here. Yes. And from our friends from Tawi-Tawi, we are expecting that next year. Ano yan? And we have here from the Philippines, Miss Hudan and Miss Sadi. Any inquiries or any additional insight coming from our... Yes, we have a question coming from Professor EC from the Philippines. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, good morning. Actually, it's not a questions. This is with regards with the study of Ms. Hodan regarding preserving cultural heritage. You have mentioned a while ago that you developed a module for the primary grade. Now, is that intended for the use for the whole term or first quarter, second, third, or fourth, or for the whole term? And can we see the sample of the module? Just a picture, maybe?
I wasn't able to bring my laptop, ma'am. That's why I really wanted to paste the picture of the module in the presentation, but I failed to bring the copy. I'm sorry for that. And that's only for a quarter where that particular week where the geometric figures were introduced among grade 1 learners in particular. Yes, po. Yes, ma'am.
See. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Isip. Any more coming from our audience? Yes, ma'am. Kindly acknowledge yourself.
Thank you very much. I want to ask to Tawi-Tawi. Oh, okay. My name is Seniwati. I am from Hasanuddin University, Indonesia. Maybe you can give me a little description. How many foreigner tourists visit to Tawi-Tawi?
We cannot actually give you a rough estimate, ma'am, but last September 27, we had our Kamahardikán of Tawi-Tawi, which means the founding anniversary of our province. That is actually the 50th, our golden anniversary, and we had visitors from Indonesia, from Malaysia, and from all over the world who visited Tawi-Tawi, and their security were all ensured. And we also have a lot of vloggers na all around the world that visit the Philippines to have their vlogs there, because the place is really beautiful. But I cannot give you a rough estimate. I'm afraid I'll get it wrong.
Yeah, in support to her answer, actually, Tawi Tawi is a social laboratory wherein multicultural diversity is also encouraged. Well, in fact, Tawi Tawi, most of the products and people there coming from Malaysia, since Malaysia is one of our neighboring countries as well.
Okay, with the words coming from Miss Sudan and Miss Sally, we will assure you Tawi-Tawi is a safe place to go. So,
Yeah,
wow,
of course,
Philippines.
definitely. Yes, yes.
Okay, do we still have time? Okay, now let us accommodate another question. What about online? Do we have? None? Okay. If none, yes, we have still one. Yes, sir?
Good morning to all of you. Thank you very much. Good presentations and very nice presentation. As a reactor, I'm talking about it, but there is a couple of issues that I feel I need to understand, especially from Tawi Tawi. There are a couple of things, and then the others as well, but Tawi Tawi most because it's close to my heart in the sense of tourism and cultural aspects. So you're talking about ethical issues. When you're doing your research, what kind of ethical issues did you face, or how did you address them, especially when you were collecting the data? So it's important to know because you're talking about human aspects of the ethical elements. So how do you collect them from both the cultural tourism and teaching the elements of geometric to the students and collecting data from mixed methodology, as well as the cultural 21st century on teachers' competencies. You're talking about elementary students. So how did
Teachers,
teachers,
yeah.
yes, elementary teachers, sorry. So what methodology did you use in terms of ethical issues as well as the limitations that you faced? So would you please highlight on that? Thank you.
We secured a parent consent among the primary graders who are all grade 1 pupils of the school. So we had that before we conducted the study.
In my case, I have also secured a participants' consent, especially in the qualitative among the group of school administrators and the elementary school teachers. When I have given the questionnaires, there's an attachment there that there's a consent and they need to fix their signatures that they are agreeing to of course that their privacy and the data were highly used for the purpose of the study only.
Since there will be no more question asked both on the online and all the participants here in this room. So let us conclude it done to our presenter. So let us have a big hand to our presenter. So congratulations to each and every one of you for this last few words. Surely, with the topics that we have engaged this morning, we will little by little achieve sustainability in the different aspect of the academe, society, and politics, resulting into achievement of global peace. And that's all. Good morning to all of you. I am Lualhati de la Cruz from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Maraming salamat po for this opportunity to chair the morning session. Thank you.
Sound check. All right, thank you so much, Professor Lual Hadi de la Cruz, and to all our presenters for session 1. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be proceeding to our next keynote speaker. Our third keynote speaker is currently serves as the chair of the board of directors at the National Academy of the Professional Studies in Sydney. His academic qualifications include a PhD from the University of Tasmania, Juris Doctor honoris causa from the United States, and 2 master's degree in education. An emeritus professor at the University of Canberra. Throughout his career, he had held significant academic roles, including Executive Dean of Business, Law, and Arts at Charles Darwin University, Head of Business Law at Griffith University, Dean at Ford Law School, and Pro Vice Chancellor for both External Relations and later Science and Design at the University of Canberra. Additionally, he holds the title of Distinguished Professor at China University of Political Science and Law. With substantial scholarly record, he authored over 20 books and contributed to more than 100 journal articles. His expertise beyond academia, and he has actively participated in the legal education and consumer law committees of the Law Council of Australia. Furthermore, he has served on the board of governors for the Arizona and North Carolina State Bar Association. Everyone, all the way from Australia, let's welcome Dr. Eugene Clark, the chair of NAP's Board of Directors and Council Australia, to present with us the topic strengthening legal policies and the inclusion of persons with disability through research and innovation to address economic inequality. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Eugene Clark.
Thank you all very much. Can you hear me okay?
Clear.
Oh, okay, all right. I hope that is coming across. Sorry I cannot be there in person, and I have to say from the presentations that I've listened to, what an amazing group of people and wonderful presentations on some very, very important topics, and congratulations to all of you and to the conference organizers on what looks like a wonderful conference, and I look forward to hopefully being around long enough to go to another one in the future. It was in August that of this year that it was 50 years since I taught my first university class, and I've been very lucky, as indicated in that very kind introduction, to have many, many opportunities, and I hope that I've done a little bit of good and not too much harm. The purpose, as all of you know, of this conference is to bring together people from many, many disciplines, and that's fantastic. But the disadvantage, I think, of the knowledge explosion and technology that has made it possible is that we've become so specialized, and each specialization developing its own language and its own jargon, that there's really both not enough time and in many cases not enough translation for us to talk with one another. And I think conferences like this are terribly important because it brings together people with an opportunity to do that. And my hope would be that beyond talking about it, that people through the networking and conversations will develop projects to move this forward from talk into action. My basic theme, I think, for today in this very brief talk is that if we are to maintain the wisdom to capture the knowledge that technology and this advancement of humanity is to be achieved, then we do need to find ways of communicating with each other and bringing together both not only the knowledge, but the wisdom to be able to use that technology for the benefit of humankind and to achieve a sustainable future, which I know has been part of all of your topics. I'm going to go to share screen now because I know that many of you, English may not be your first language. And instead of looking at my old face, you can at least look at some words there. And I'll try to be brief, although you have to know that lawyers, we usually get paid by the word. And so for me to be, my wife pointed out that for me to even get an introduction after in under 10 minutes is impossible, but I will do my very best to be brief. Okay, let me go. Sorry, I got to share screen, and I've got age challenge here too. Okay, can people see the slideshow? Hello? 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 Hello?
Presentation, sir.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you, but your presentation is not reflected on our screen.
Oh, it's not on your screen. Well, if you want, I can go without the slideshow, and it may even be better that because sometimes people present better than PowerPoints do. If that will that work for you?
Yeah.
Okay,
But-
let's do it. Let me go off share screen then.
You make him a co-host.
Okay, I hit share screen. Okay, am I back on? Can everybody see me?
We can still see you. Maybe you can share the window instead. Share window.
Okay,
So
do I hit the share screen? You don't usually use Zoom that much. Hit share screen, is that what I do?
Yeah, share screen, but you have to click the window share. And then go to the window wherein you can see your presentation.
Okay, I haven't
Stop share and be
desktop
share.
line. I hit slide share. Okay, I did that part. Allow Zoom to share your screen. Yes, opens. I did. That's happening. And I click.
Take your time, Dr. Clark. It's we're live.
Yeah.
And that's part of the live
Part
conference.
there we go. All right. My lack of technology skills. I'm on a laptop, which makes it a little bit more difficult too. All right. I think I might do is just go back. Just go to the screen. I don't need to. I can do it without the slideshow. That's okay. But I need to get back now. Okay. Allow Zoom to share your screen. I'm doing that. I'm trying to open system preferences. Yeah.
Okay. Dr. Clark, you may send the PowerPoint presentation in our chat box and then we will download it and then later on we will share it to the audience.
Okay, well I sent it earlier, so you have it complete with the audio as well. So I would have sent that through a few days ago.
Okay, we will check for a while.
Okay, so let's have me talk from that standpoint. Okay, what I basically want to do in this very, very brief time, and I've already used some of it up on the technology difficulties, is comment on just some bridging things that and concepts that I think relate to all of these multidisciplinary type conferences. And one is the importance of leadership, and whatever capacity one has, and at whatever level, we all need to be leaders. And quoting Alan Keith in his book, The Leadership Challenge, points out that, quote, the leadership is ultimately about creating a way for people to contribute to making something extraordinary happen. And what I'm hoping is that from this conference, some extraordinary things can happen so we get leadership to achieving the goals that this conference refers to. And the second point is that of all the things that we need to do, something that we all need to be part of is helping to build institutions. That as someone who's been around now, soon to be 76 years of age, it bothers me greatly that I see almost every major institution in society, family, schools, politics, government, industry, that in fact, basic institutions are under attack and in a way in decline. And I think that I have a strong belief that individuals help build institutions, and particularly leaders do. And it's institutions that basically bring about lasting and sustainable change. So that should be part of what we all have to do, and to use our talents along that line. The third point that I would make is that in talking about leadership, it's not enough just to have great vision, but we also must have operational excellence. And it's impressive that to hear the studies and the research that's going on, and one needs to go from the research and the innovation, and every university system that I know of has been criticized this way, that we're great at doing some wonderful research, but moving that research from theoretical research into practical applications has always been a significant challenge. So for leadership, we need both vision and operational excellence to learn how to commercialize that research, how to innovate with that research, and to actually make that change come about. As Simon Sinek, a wonderful professor in the management area, indicates, pure pragmatism can't imagine a bold future. So we need more than that. Pure idealism can't get anything done. It's the delicate blend of both that drives innovation. So we need both of those. And Thomas Edison, who had over 1,000 different inventions and patents, indicated vision without execution is but an hallucination. So I think, again, making things actually happen and making a difference in the world is the important thing. And of course, we do that step by step. As Francis Bacon, who was a wonderful exemplary of not only being a wonderful academic, but he achieved so much in so many different areas of law and science and government, that we rise to great heights by a winding staircase of small steps. So thinking big, starting small, step by step, is how we go forward. And then the fourth point I want to make, which really gets to the heart of what I wanted to talk about today too, and that is inclusivity, particularly in the area of disability. And paraphrasing former Vice President Hubert Humphrey and adding a bit of my own spin to it, I would make the argument that the moral test of a sustainable society is how that society and its institutions treat those who are at the dawn of life, the children, those who are at the twilight of life, the aged, those who are in the shadows of life, the sick, the homeless, the disabled, the needy, the disenfranchised. That's the true measure of the inclusivity and how sustainable a society is going to be. And so, and along that line, I think a wonderful old Chinese proverb that was paraphrased by Kevin Kling illustrates this point very well. And I'll just relate that very quickly. And he writes, back in the days when pots and pans could talk, there lived a man, and in order to have water every day, he had to walk down a hill and fill 2 pots and walk them home. One day, it was discovered one of the pots had a crack, and as time went on, the crack widened. And finally, the poor pot turned to the man and said, you know, every day you take me to the river, and by the time that you get home, half of the water's leaked out. Please replace me with a better pot. And the man replied, you don't understand. As you spill, you water the wild flowers on the side of the path. And sure enough, on the side of the path where the cracked pot had carried, beautiful flowers grew. That was the highlight of that person's day. And the man replied, I think I will keep you. And so the point is that there is no greater disability in society than our inability to see a person as more, all right, and what we can be, and see people who are disabled, people who are left out of society, to see both their potential, their importance, and their significance. And that, another speaker already talked about inclusivity, that is incredibly important. To do that, we obviously need innovation, and we need entrepreneurship, as I mentioned. Entrepreneurship within institutions, entrepreneurship in the private sector, social entrepreneurship, obviously, in government, very, very much needed as well. As Margaret Wheatley said in the Leadership and the New Science, innovation is fostered by information gathered from new connections, right? From insights gained by journeys onto other disciplines or places, from active collegial networks and fluid open boundaries. Innovation arises from ongoing circles of exchange, where information is not just accumulated or stored, but created. Knowledge is
Dr.
generated.
Clark, permission to disturb you for a while, interrupting you for a while. We will be
Yes, please
presenting
do.
your presentation.
Go ahead.
All right, thank you.
Oh, you got it up. Okay.
All right. You may continue. Thank you.
All right. So I'm way
Would you like
beyond.
to show?
Okay, can I control that slide or are you going to control that slide?
Someone will control us from our end.
All right.
Tell
Well,
us
I'm,
which slide number.
okay, I'm way down on to point 5, I think it was. Yeah, point 5, innovation, entrepreneurship.
All right, copy.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Institution building, we mentioned that. Those are all the various social institutions of which we need to rebuild and play a leadership role. Vision and operation, we mentioned that as well. Thank you. Step by step, go on to the next one. Keep going. The moral test of inclusivity, which is what I just finished, on to number 5. No greater disability than so okay. And innovation entrepreneurship, continue. Next slide. That's the quote I just read. Okay. And next slide. Okay. And the challenge, and particularly in areas like law, as you can see on the technology, law has limped behind technology. And in fact, we're getting further behind all the time. And yet, technology is incredibly important, combining with law to make our societies more inclusive. We need laws which obviously promote access to disability, people who are disabled. And in the area of law, for example, there are the legal systems have been criticized forever about being accessible to the wealthy and the people who are well connected in society, but not to people at the lower end and increasingly even the middle class. And so, again, technology can be combined with the law to remove a number of those barriers. Next slide. And so, for example, on knowledge barriers, people won't use the legal system unless there's a high level of education from primary school on up. The Khan Academy is a great example of freely available tutorials across thousands of subjects that have done a tremendous job at increasing the education level around the world. In the area of law, the World Legal Information Institute, it used to be very, very difficult to find the laws in other jurisdictions. It now has freely available 2,000 databases where one can find laws. I think it's now from 134 different countries. And again, software also enables you to go across government programs to basically find which programs you would be eligible for and not. Same thing on language and cultural barriers, that software can make it available to both get a common standard across and also to explain in plain English or plain whatever the language is, what those legal and technical terms can be. Next slide. Just some of the other barriers, financial barriers. Again, these days we can resolve disputes through Zoom. Courts, there are mobile courts where the court comes to you in a van to the particular neighborhood. That people are using every bit of technology, internet, video conferencing, group discussions, basically as dispute resolution. The next slide. Physical barriers, again, mobile courts and Zoom can be used. Time constraints, you can use asynchronous, so that in fact different time zones. Part of the case could be done again at different times and bring that all together. And then probably the most important we'll see in AI regulation with the new European Union regulation is trying to get greater innovation from the law and new forms of regulation that meet the needs of a 21st century society trying to deal with things like AI. And one of those is a regulation sandbox where the regulators working with government can evolve the regulatory framework so that you can achieve both all of the wonderful results of, say, AI and the wonderful things it can be, but at the same time, make sure that it's human-centered, and make sure that we also avoid the good, the bad, and the bad and the ugly that can occur, even fatally so, if we do not have adequate regulation. Next slide. The sixth point is that all of this needs to be guided by wisdom. And I think Isaac Asimov said it very, very right when he pointed out that the saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. And I think whether it's ethics, that certainly brings out areas of wisdom that we need to develop our systems of wisdom, and ethical practice as well is as equally important as scientific progress itself. And if we continue to develop our technologies without wisdom or prudence, our servant in that technology may prove to be not only our master, but eventually, some would argue, even our executioner. And that's the frightening thought. Seventh one. Next slide, please. In all of this, we need also to have optimism. I think, if anything, now we certainly have a pandemic of pessimism. And when you read the media, that's all that one sees. And yet, many of the exciting things we've heard about today, you don't often see that in the media. And the reality is that constant pessimism and negativity will defeat individuals. It will have spread a shroud of gloom over entire nations. And you can't do anything without some optimism. As Franklin D. Roosevelt said in the middle of the Great Depression, when the unemployment rate was about 40%, that men are not prisoners of fate, but only prisoners of their own minds, and that the future really lies not in the hands of fate, but with optimism and with skill, with vision, as well as with execution, that will lie in our hands. And next slide. And we get that through there by basically get to the stars by working through difficulties. I'm originally from the state of Kansas. John Ingalls' quote is in fact the state motto, ad astra per aspera, to the stars through difficulties. By working through those difficulties, finding solutions step by step is how we go forward. And the last slide. And the last thing I want to say is we need urgency in all of this. Carpe diem, seize the day. And Rumi, one of my favorite poets, said it very, very well in this very, very brief, but I think wonderful poem. Travelers, it is late. Life's sun is going to set. And during these brief days that you have strength, be quick and spare no effort of your wings. So I wish for everyone there, get those wings going, fly high, achieve your goals, have your vision, and at the same time, talk to one another so that together we can find the best path forward to a sustainable society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clark, for that wonderful presentation. And indeed, leadership should be highlights on today's educational landscape. And we, as the academe, we should help to build our nation together with the politics, the industry, and the other institution you mentioned a while ago. And I really love the vision without execution is hallucination. So let's make a small step together. We can make a bigger impact to our society. And always remember that great things are done by series of small things brought together. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
And now we will proceed to the technical session 2. May I invite our session chair to give us a speech. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Marilyn F. Isip, the Director of Santa Maria, Bulacan Campus, Polytechnic University of the Philippines. A warm applause, please.
Yeah. A pleasant morning to each and everyone. I know you are all excited. Not not for hearing my voice or seeing my face, but our session is about to end. After my session, right? So I am not giving a speech. Of course, I am introducing how many presenters do we have? I think 7 presenter, 3 for the virtual and for the in-person. So without further ado, let us start our session with in person with Siniwati for the paper titled The Effect of Using GPT Chat on National Security in Italy and Indonesia. Let's give a round of applause for our next presenter. All right. So again, the presenters are giving us 7 minutes for the presentations. Then after all the presenters, we will be having the Q&A. So I will be a sign for say like that, meaning it's you have 5 more minutes to present, and then 2 meaning you have 2 more minutes to present. Okay. Thank you so much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Seniwati. I am from Hasanuddin University, Sulawesi, Indonesia. My title is Advantages and Disadvantages using. My title is Advantages and Disadvantages using GPT chat. Okay. For the introduction, ChatGPT is a service created by a company called OpenAI, and this service was created to help provide information to people. This service program has the ability to reach 100 million users because it has a fast system in the program. But there is some problem. This service is highly controversial because it can threaten a person's job and spread misinformation and bias. This program uses personal data without the consent of the data owner, which will be very detrimental and dangerous for the data owner. Aim of research: to identify the amount of ChatGPT user data globally, including the advantages and disadvantages of this service system. Method: I applied qualitative unit of analysis, students of university in South Sulawesi, Indonesia, including my university, 20 students per university. So all there were 80 students. Method: interview. For the analysis, the ChatGPT platform has achieved a record as the platform that quickly reached 1 million users in 5 days and also reached 100 million users in January 2023. ChatGPT also had a lot of website visits, namely 1 billion in February 2023, and continue to increase in March 2023 by 1.6 billion. And in April 2023, there were 1.8 billion visitors. And if we compare with other platform time to visit 1 million user, ChatGPT 5 days to get the 1 million, but for Facebook 10 months, Instagram 2 months, and Spotify 5 months, Netflix 3.5 years to get 1 million user. And our result, what are the advantages of ChatGPT? The advantages: first, copying human conversation, the system application utilization based on advantage GPT model, plugin availability for extension. Chatbots can control and access third-party services through their plugins, expanding functions and features, producing an application, integrating with third-party services and several plugins, allow access to up-to-date information. Okay, and the weaknesses or the disadvantages: first, inaccuracy and ambiguity, and second, limited knowledge of current events. Third, ethical issues and concerns, and the last, possibility of legal violation. Okay, thank you very much.
Hello. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Okay. Let us have the second presenter in person also from Musharayani Rayani Usman with the paper titled Women's Opportunities to Migrate at a Young Age, Taking Advantage of the Momentum of Demographic Bonus. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you.
The first, I want to thank you very much. Give me, and then maybe very difficult my name. Okay, it's okay. I want to present about my research. The theme is woman opportunity to migrate at young age, taking advantage of momentum of demographic bonus. Indonesia state entered golden period or base the era of Indonesia demography bonus. Demography bonus can occur in different period of time in its region. The country will only feel one-time demography bonus that will occurs for 1 or 2 decades. This is because if every time the productive age population will transform in non-productive age population, and the number will continue to grow, and this will have implementation for the difference border in the will increase repeat. The role of women in the demography is challenges that must be answered and prepared by Indonesia government. And then Indonesia is a country with the culture different region characteristic, social economy, geographical and political condition. And then the problem is the position of a woman in several countries, including Indonesia, is lower than men in various aspects of life. And then I use the method this literature study, and then I secondary data analysis become the method used the analysis the role of women in dealing with the demography bonus base, and then our place, and then results. Women began to enjoy work and political right. The entry of women into the world was also support innovation and advance in science and technology, which the made improvement of the quality of human research. And then results second, the rule of woman is facing the demography bonus is challenges that must be answered and prepared by women of childbearing at 15 and 49 years in South Sulawesi. The independent variable to be analysis include like education level, working status, and then at the first merit, and then depend variable in demography bonus. And these results uses the quantitative, and then
I want to say about the three, like a woman education, because I think it's very important because the level education in study divided into three category, namely low, medium, and high. Low education level include not going to school, not finishing elementary school, and graduates from elementary school. And then result about the I think is improvement social economic condition of a community is shown through success in achievement the level of education. And then because my result, I'm sorry, result based on the result of the chi-square test is known that value of x quadrat count of the level of education is greater than x table, the level is significant 0.05. And then two, the woman working status I think is have different about the woman in rural and urban area is study mostly working in non-agrary field. And then result from the quantitative or chi-square test results show how was rejected. It means the working status has a significant different with area of residence. And then the last about the act of forced marriage. The act forced marriage is act which a woman forced married. The highest percent of women the first married as in rural as in other 15 years old. This relate to the marriage culture in Sulawesi Selatan. So in conclusion, based on the result of the chi-square, all independent variable I'm using the x calculate and then x table, which mean the all independent variable have a significant difference. Reflex occur include in education level, working status, and woman first marital act in taking advantage of demography bonus. And then last, it also important to realize the gender equality in the workplace is not just a woman issue, but rather a social issue that after everyone. So ultimately, gender equality in the workplace requires a multi-faceted approach that address the various factors the contribution to the gender gap. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Ms. Usman. Next in-person presenter, we have Ms. Myla G. Hernandez with a paper titled Assessing the Knowledge, Attitude, and Practices of Milk Tea Shop Food Handlers, Implications for Food Safety and Sanitation. Let's give her a big hand of applause, Ms. Myla. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm proud to present to you the research paper entitled Assessing the Knowledge, Attitude, and Practices of Milk Tea Shop Food Handlers, Implications for Food Safety and Sanitations. Before I proceed, let me first introduce the author and the co-author of this research paper. The author of this paper is a graduate of Master of Science in Hotel and Restaurant Management. She is a faculty member of the Department of Hospitality Management, teaching courses related to tourism, marketing, and supply chain at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque campus. She's no other than our beautiful moderator, Ms. Mila Joy Martinez. While the co-author of this topic, of course, yours truly, I'm Myla Garcia Hernandez. I am enrolled in business in Masters in Business Administration at the Polytechnic Open University. a licensed professional teacher, and an administrative officer, LGU coordinator at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, Parañaque campus. To start the presentation, I know that many of you are already drinking milk tea, right? But some of us didn't know the process. That is why it causes severe illness and death. So this study aims to assess the knowledge, attitude, and practices of milk tea shop food handlers in Parañaque City and to identify the areas for enhancing food safety and sanitation practices. For everybody knows, Parañaque City, Parañaque is one of the city in Metro Manila, Philippines. According to the researchers, the global bubble tea, next slide, sir. According to the researcher, the global bubble tea market was worth about $1.8 billion in 2018 and almost $2.5 million in 2019 and expected to reach $3.5 billion in 2026. Year 2008, when milk tea introduced to the Philippines, where it gained significant popularity among Filipino teenagers and young adults. And according to the World Health Organization, 420,000 people die yearly and 33 million lose their lives due to foodborne. Actually, in recent years, there are several incidents of foodborne illness related to milk tea consumption in the Philippines. That is why it is very crucial or very important to assess the knowledge, attitude, and practices of the food handlers in milk tea shops. So, for the methods, next slide po. For the methods, this study used a non-experimental quantitative approach with causal research design, where the focus is causative association between food handlers' knowledge and attitudes. This study examined the 42 milk tea establishments in the city of Parañaque, Metro Manila, Philippines, where the letter to gather the information is addressed to local government unit of the Parañaque. Purposive sampling was used to collect necessary information from chosen respondents. Democratic profiles, level of knowledge, attitudes, and practices were evaluated through a self-administered questionnaires, and the questionnaires was adapted from prior studies and validated by experts to ensure liability. Next slides. So for the results and discussions, that is the table 1, the knowledge on proper holding of food. So the data shows respondents' food storage knowledge. Respondents strongly agree with an average of 3.61 with cooling tapioca first before serving, but disagree with an average of 2.29 with throwing it and milk tea after 4 hours of being stored at room temperature. Next slides. Table 2, that is the attitude towards business. It shows that the indicator 1, with 3.76 respondents, strongly agree that business should employ food safety, risk management, and control procedures. Respondents only agree 2.71 average. In indicator number 5, that obtaining business requirements is difficult and expensive. Next slides. So the table 3 is the practices on storing. So it shows that the respondents always keep all packaging materials inside the container to prevent pests and dust. There are 4.91 average. However, respondents often use raw materials beyond their expiry date, which is not a practice. So the average is 3.55. Next slides. Seconds. Okay, table 4 practices on cooling. So it revealed that the respondents always refrigerated whipped cream. So for the conclusions, according to the results of the study, most food handlers are 25 years old and women. So food handlers generally exhibit good knowledge about food safety. So, and food handlers demonstrate good practices related to the HAC, or the hazard analysis and critical control points food diagram. Nevertheless, the study reveals shortcoming in their practices, particularly in storing and cooling milk tea. So that's all. Thank you very much, and good morning again.
Thank you so much, Ms. Myla Hernandez. For our next presenter, before our break, let's have the paper title, The Motivational Framework and Job Efficiency That Affects the Work-Life Balance of an Employee Working in the BPO Industry in Parañaque, Philippines, with respect to day shift and night shift. Everyone, let us all welcome Ms. Amifiel Kadugda.
Yeah, thank you, Dean Luwalhati. Sorry. I changed my mind. I'm looking at here. Okay, Director Luwalhati. Director Isip. Ang daming introduction. 7 minutes lang ito. Okay. To begin, salamat lagi. Buongiorno, bonjour. Good morning at magandang umaga to all the participants of Second International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. Together with me via online, Prof. Rodel Mendoza, Research Management Cluster Coordinator, and the presenter is currently ni Amilita Katugda, currently taking my PhD, major in Development Administration, Master in Management in Educational Management, with certificate in teaching, a degree holder in Bachelor of Science, major in entrepreneurship, a proud reservist of Philippine Air Force, a godfocal of the city under the city government of Parañaque, assigned at Polytechnic University of Parañaque, a linkage and external officer, active parish server. Today, I will discuss the motivational framework and job efficiency that affects the work-life balance. I am very emotional today because this topic is too personal to me because I lost my closest friend working in BPO. I describe her as a vacuum, and now she's in the 6 feet below the ground. We need to always remind ourselves that work-life balance is an important aspect of our work being and contributes to a healthy work environment. The benefits of work-life balance include increased happiness, improved physical and mental health, increased productivity and performance, higher career satisfaction. So the offshore BPO industry in the Philippines started in 1999. The former U.S. Air Force Base in Clark by cyber seeded, and later on, the industry started to spread around the country. In the Philippines, the call center industry has been the fastest growing industry in the past 7 years, and operation of this industry is global, therefore highly fragmented, but exceedingly competitive. Several factors like a large pool of graduates with English communication skills, government support and IT investment, and knowledge of ICT are one of the reasons why Philippines developed its computer system and performance. Work-life balance is the state of balance that a person is able to achieve when he or she is able to attend both professional and personal demands. Imbalanced work life will affect the person's performance at work and relationship with his co-workers that may minor to his household environment as well. A healthy work life will benefit both the employee and the employer in a way that productivity, efficiency, and a healthy work environment can be achieved. This research is intended to study the work-life balance of call centers agents, both in the night and day shift. The main purpose of this study is to find out whether there is a significant difference between the work-life balance profile of the respondents in the night shift and day shift. Descriptively, correlation method was used in this study. The research just focused on the components of work-life balance with health, exercise, family, friends, a leisure money, and linking these components with the respondents prior to the actual procedure. The proposed questionnaire was submitted for content and face validation by experts in the field. After the validation process, a letter was sent to the different call center in the city of Parañaque and that's permission to conduct research in the company. The finding in this study where the demographic profile of the respondents indicate that there are more female call center agents with a percentage of 52 than male with a percentage of 47. Majority of the respondents is 77% fell under the age range 31 to 35, which most of them are their mid-career stage. 85% the total number of the respondents. The second problem of this study aims to identify the work-life balance profile of the respondents when grouped according to their shift. The researchers surmised that the employees in the night and day shift have no significant difference when it comes to the most of the component of work-life balance expert. So, every employee nowadays struggle with their conflicting work schedule, especially the working parents. Unintentionally, people tend to bring their work at home. For workaholic, it is impossible to them to find time for themselves because there are times work eats up their personal time as well. Okay? So we will see the conceptual framework, the figure 1. Yan. The scope of limitations, call center agents, future researchers, and the definition of terms. So the work-life balance of the Philippine BPO, quality of workers' value versus life, performance management, and the leisure equity theory shift work. So the synthesis, the review of related literature and studies provides the researcher information and insight similar to the conduct of the current study. Work-life balance. Okay, so, okay, because we're live, so, ayan. So next, please. Ayan. So, summary, conclusion, and recommendation. This study intends to find the effect of work shift on the work-life balance on the call center and specifically on the above demographic profile. So the conclusion, based on the major findings of the following conclusion, Table 1 shows that the demographic profile of the respondents varies in different aspects, number of them tied in specific elements like the age, gender, marital status, number of defendants, shift, and employment status. Ayan. So our recommendation, based on the results of the study of the following are, for business, regardlessly if they offer night shift or not, they should have more programs toward helping their employees achieve more holistic life. Providing benefits apart from the expected one should be integral programs such as providing flexible schedule and wellness activities are imperative. So number two, prioritizing needs is essential in keeping a balanced life. Various time management techniques and live coaching sessions may play an important role. Employees should also be open to their direct supervisor in asking assistance in case there are areas in the work-life balance components that are being sacrificed. For a more comprehensive study, the researcher recommended a bigger sample size will be more appropriate. So I have an inspirational quote of the day. We have outstretched our personal boundaries and forgetting that true happiness comes from our living and authentic life fueled with a sense of purpose and balance by Dr. Kathleen Ho. Terima kasih. Thank you for listening.
Hello. Dear colleagues, another round of applause for Ma'am Amelita Catulda for her paper, The Motivational Framework and Job Efficiency that Affects the Work-Life Balance of an Employee Working in the BPO Industry. Okay, pass to you the mic, Miss Joy.
Thank you so much, Dr. Marilyn Isip, and thank you so much to our face-to-face presenters for today's session. Now we will be giving you time for a coffee break, and please feel free to help yourself with some coffee and snack outside, and then we will resume by 11:20. You have 5 minutes for a coffee break. Yes, it's instant because our coffee is brewed, not instant. Okay, you may go. Thank you so much. And we're not coffee break, keynote speaker Dr. Vijay, virtual presentation. I'm learning for Dr. Marilyn. Is it the one you mentioned a while ago?
First, you have to call in for bridging paper. If I can for but we don't give you only the last two we have the
Okay.
video.
Yeah,
And
the
this
last
new
one. Tanti Vidya.
Speech, speech.
Yeah.
The video of that new one is.
Yeah, it's already included
Yes,
there.
This one and this one. We have only three. The present one.
Okay.
Dr. Jitendra Naik, Sanchita Dev, and Koilwar. She will present Dr. Juna. Okay. Jitendra. Jitendra Naik. Jitendra Naik. Yes. And then Sanchita Dev. Then Koil.
Koyel Roy.
They will present to you.
Okay. Yeah,
We don't
it's
have
already
video.
included.
We don't.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. If you notice this, we will play this. This. Yeah. Pasika and.
Okay. I thought we all
should be presented after Dr. Jai. And then after all the virtual presentation, Tanvi. And that's all.
And na, after Dr. Vijay, you have the presentation through Zoom. What's your
Okay.
presentation? Through Zoom.
Okay.
Then we will play the video of this video presentation. Then
Santi. Pang IG. Ganda.
Timer. Timer.
Like this. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. You may now see it on your most comfortable seat. No, as we are now um, we will now continue our presentation and welcome back from our refreshing coffee break. I believe you had an opportunity to recharge and engage in some delightful conversations. So I encourage everyone to maintain the energy, no, and uh, as we are about to hear some of our keynote speaker. So allow me to introduce our next keynote speaker this morning. In 2003, he earned his PhD in computer science from Barkatullah University, Bhopal, India. With an impressive career spanning over 33 years, he brings a wealth and experience in teaching, research, and administration. Having served in both government and private universities and colleges in India and abroad. His international academic journey includes significant assignments in Canada, the Republic of Yemen, and Republic of Sudan. Furthermore, he served as an expatriate expert for the United Nations Development Program in Ethiopia. A pivotal figure in the educational landscape, he played a crucial role in shaping several reputable institutes that offer technical and management education in India. His leadership has been instrumental in guiding institute through transformative journey, resulting in national and international accreditations. A thought leader and subject matter expert, he has shared his expertise as a keynote speaker, just like today, session chair, organizing committee member, and technical program committee, as well as the participant in numerous conferences, faculty development, and workshop. In the academic landscape, he actively contributes as a reviewer for several SCI Scopus and US Index Journal. Additionally, he had authored chapters in various books and handbooks published by esteemed institutions such as IGI Global USA, Taylor and Francis Group, UK, and Springer. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Bijay Anand Atabali, the principal of Poland Institute of Technology India, to present the topic on the limitless possibilities of computer science for a sustainable future. A round of applause, please.
Many thanks for the nice introduction. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Today we will explore the latest developments in computer science that contribute to building a sustainable world by harnessing the power of data analysis, renewable energy, optimized transportation, waste reduction, and various other technological advancements. Computer science has the potential to revolutionize our planet's sustainability efforts. Let's dive into the exciting world of computational sustainability. The agenda is we'll be talking about latest developments in computer science that contribute to a sustainable future, followed by use of computer science in addressing environmental challenges, then potential benefits of computer science in achieving a sustainable future, and then the summary. Computational power combined with data analysis techniques plays a crucial role in sustainable development. With the help of advanced algorithms and machine learning, computer scientists can analyze massive amount of data to identify patterns, optimize processes, and make informed decisions towards sustainability. By utilizing data-driven approaches, computer scientists can enhance the efficiency of renewable energy systems such as solar and wind power to maximize output and minimize environmental impact. Optimize transportation and waste reduction. Computer science also contributes to sustainable transportation and waste reduction. Through the use of intelligent algorithms and optimization techniques, computer scientists can develop smart transportation systems that maximize fuel consumption, reduce traffic congestion, and decrease emissions. These advancements in transportation efficiency not only benefit the environment but also improve the quality of life for individuals and communities. Additionally, computer science plays a vital role in waste reduction by enabling efficient waste management systems, recycling programs, and resource allocation strategies, thereby promoting a circular economy. The role The Gen Z generation, characterized by their exposure to powerful technologies and heightened environmental awareness, holds the key to driving sustainable computing forward. As this generation enters the workforce, their perspective on sustainable development will shape the future of computer science and its impact on environment. Gen Z's unique perspective, combined with their technological understanding, will propel the integration of sustainability principles into computer science practices, ensuring a more sustainable future. Through computer modeling, simulation, and machine learning, computer scientists, in collaboration with environmental scientists, are leveraging various information technology tools to combat climate change and protect the environment. Developing countries, in particular, are benefiting from the applications of computer science in tackling environmental issues. Examples of how computer science is being used in developing countries to address environmental challenges include sensor systems for wildfire monitoring, artificial intelligence in sustainable building design, reducing emissions and energy conservation, technology for addressing environmental issues. Let's highlight the potential benefits of computer science in achieving a sustainable future. One significant benefit of computer science in promoting sustainability is through the optimization of resources and better management. With the help of advanced algorithms and data analysis, computer scientists can develop efficient systems to monitor and control resource consumption. This can lead to the conservation of energy, water, and other essential resources, ultimately reducing waste and minimizing our ecological footprints. Furthermore, computer science empowers us to tackle complex environmental challenges through modeling and simulation. By creating virtual environments, scientists can simulate the impact of certain actions on policies on the environment. This enables us to predict the consequences of different strategies before implementing them in the real world. Such simulations can be used to devise effective climate change mitigation plans, evaluate the feasibility of renewable energy projects, and explore sustainable land use practices. Other areas where computer science can greatly contribute to sustainability is through the development of smart and interconnected systems. By integrating computer science with various sectors such as transportation, agriculture, urban planning, etc., we can create intelligent systems that optimize resource allocation, reduce emissions, and enhance efficiency. For example, smart grids can intelligently distribute electricity based on demand, reducing energy wastage and promoting the use of renewable energy sources. Moreover, computer science enables us to collect and analyze vast amounts of data, leading to valuable insights of sustainable decision making. Through techniques like machine learning and data mining, computer scientists can identify patterns and correlations in big data sets related to climate change, biodiversity, and environmental monitoring. These insights can inform policymakers, scientists, and businesses, facilitating evidence based decisions and actions that promote sustainability. In conclusion, computer science holds limitless possibilities for achieving a sustainable future. By optimizing resource management, utilizing modeling and simulation, developing smart systems, and leveraging data analysis, we can harness the potential benefits of computer science to address the pressing environmental and social changes we face. Embracing computer science and incorporating it into our sustainable development efforts will pave the way for a greener and more resilient future. Computer science has already demonstrated numerous positive outcomes in addressing environmental challenges and promoting sustainability. By utilizing computer modeling, simulation, and machine learning, computer scientists collaborate with environmental scientists to fight climate change, protect the environment, and ensure the sustainable management of resources. For example, computer algorithms and architectures enable early detection of wildfires, leading to faster response times and more efficient containment strategies. Moreover, interactive educational programs and applications raise awareness about sustainable practices, empowering individuals to make conscious choices that reduce their environmental impact. Computer science also finds applications in environmental engineering, optimizing water and wastewater treatment systems, and fostering small scale solutions to combat pollution. It also helps predict the forthcoming drought or snow or other conditions which adversely affect the environment, the population, and the well being of the country. In today's rapidly changing world, computer science plays a crucial role in shaping a sustainable future. The potential benefits are vast and wide ranging, encompassing resource management optimization, modeling and simulation for effective decision making, development of smart systems, and data analysis for sustainable decision making. Embracing computer science and incorporating it into our sustainable development efforts will pave the way for a greener and more resilient future. Together, we can harness the limitless possibilities of computer science to create a future where technology and sustainability go hand in hand. Thank you for a patient listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vijay. Indeed, in today's rapid, challenging world, ComSci played an important role in sustainable society for a greener future. Thank you so much. And now we will be resuming our research presentation for our virtual participants.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Joy. So for our virtual presenters, okay, without further ado, may I call in the paper title, The Law and Efficacy of TI Parade, a comparative analysis of procedural safeguards, witness reliability, and the constitutional implications. So ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Koyel Roy. Hello po.
Yeah, good morning. Am I audible? I hope I'm audible, right?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Due to some issues, my video is not working. So I will just present my topic. And it's a very interesting topic. So if I just speak and just make the entire presentation very much clear to everyone, that will do. Or shall I need to present? Because that actually where I'm staying, the network is not that strong. So if it's feasible, I can just speak about the topic. Is it okay to all the participants and all the people of the organizers?
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay, Ms. Koyel.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So basically, I will introduce myself. I am a law student. I've studied my law from Calcutta University, 5 years, and then I've completed my master's in law in corporate and commercial law, that is in from Christ University, Bangalore. And then I'm pursuing PhD from Bardhaman University, and at present, I'm a faculty assistant professor in Amity University, Kolkata, in Amity Law School. So basically, talking about my presentation, the topic which very much talks about the law and efficacy of TI parade. Let me talk about what is TI parade. TI, the word T stands for test, and I stands for identification. So basically, it is a part of criminal law, which is very much evident not only in India but in the comparative, if you comparison the entire thing, it is nothing but when I would like to say that the universe is made of facts. But when we talk about the criminal justice system, the court deciding into a case, not all the facts that exist in the universe shall be taken into account. So the evidence law makes it clear that only the facts that are relevant to the case at hand are considered. Same is the case of to identify the person articles involved in the crime. Even here, only those facts which facilitate identification of the person or thing shall be classed as relevant. So here we talk about the fingerprints or the skull superimposition or the footprints examinations or the DNA profiling and also a test identification parade, which is done in a criminal case after the scars or the marks when a particular murder or any kind of crime that has happened. So after the crime that has happened, there are certain kind of identification which is done by the forensic people. So this paper, whatever the paper that I've done, this paper talks about the objective and scope and the literature or the chapters that are focused on the TI parade and the analysis of the parade that is there in section 9 of the Indian Evidence Act and section 54A of the Criminal Proceedings Code of India. So and also other countries also have selected comparative analysis also have done with the other countries. Those are basically USA, UK, Canada, etc. So now I will like to draw upon some few introduction about what I've done. There are two important factors on which a criminal trial bases itself, that is the determination of the offense, whether it was committed or not. And the second is with regard to the person behind such commission. So first is that whether the offense is actually committed or not, and if the offense is committed, then who is the person on, like, who has the person who has committed such offense. So among which identification of the accused holds a paramount importance. The term identification means the process by which a person ascribes and confirms the qualities or characteristics of another person, whereas the means of identification was defined in the case. So there are two or three cases which I have taken as because I'm a law student, so and a law teacher as well. So without the precedents or without the cases, I cannot move on to justify whatever I've done. So there are two or three cases which I've taken and defined. That is, first is United States versus Hansen and United States versus Reuters. These two cases talks about that the test identification is a process which is used in criminal cases to facilitate identification of not just persons, but also things or animals which is concerned in the crime that is under investigation or trial. Thus, the various types of identification parades are identify the person living or dead, known or unknown, identifying the articles including firearms, identifying the handwriting, photographs, fingers, footprints, etc. So on the other hand, what is the objective and scope of the study is to determine whether test identification parade is admissible and gain insight into how an identification parade is concluded, and to analyze the implication of the test identification parade under Section 9 of the Indian Evidence Act, along with Section 54A of the Criminal Procedure Code. Coming to the methodology that I've adopted, the methodology that I've adopted is nothing but the analytical methods, as well as some kind of some kind of witnesses that I've taken into account, some kind of police personnel also. I have asked them to justify that whether my entire research is well equipped with the hypothesis that I've taken into account. The research questions that I've put forward is whether the concept and practice of TI parade, that is test identification parade, in the Indian context, and determining how it is positioned when compared to its practice in USA and UK. What are the key factors, procedure, and the legal influences, and the reliability and accuracy of identification and TI parade within the criminal justice system in India? How can the factors influencing the TI parade process be optimized in order to enhance the reliability of the identification and simultaneously minimizing the chances of misidentification, ultimately improving crime investigation? And the last one, what are the key challenges and issues facing the conduct of the test identification parade, and how can these challenges be addressed in order to enhance the efficacy of TI process? I will not take so much of time, but just to give certain importance and give certain conclusion about the topic is, in the word of Benjamin Franklin, it was very clearly stated that it's better 100 guilty person should escape than that one innocent person should suffer. So it is important to hold that a test identification parade at a time close to the commission of the crime, it is not just beneficial in preventing the investigating process from being sidetracked, but also prevents a witness to commit mistakes while identifying the persons in the court directly. Even the Supreme Court stated that the fact cannot be denied that due to the lapse of long time, the witness is most likely to lose memory or might forget the intricate details of the culprit. Thus, in such a case, chances of mistake would prejudice the identification process, jeopardizing the life of an innocent. To eliminate the same and prevent an innocent to be punished instead, it is important that an identification parade is carried out. Hence, the first hypothesis which I have taken in my paper is holding of an identification parade which aligns the investigative process to move on the right direction is not obligatory on the part of the investigation agencies, but can be said to be hold less importance, is refuted. Although the cases where such identification is possible, though footprints, fingerprints, special features is possible, which is later corroborated in the court, holding TI parade can be foregone in order to make investigation swift and within a very short period of time. Because as we all know, that if there is a criminal process, it takes a long period of time. And even there is a very well-known code in Hindi. We say tariq pe tariq. So basically, time after time, it goes on, and it takes a lot of time to come to the justice. A justice is a very myth, or whether it actually is given. So my conclusion and the suggestion which I would like to extend to the entire participants is that there should be some kind of DNA test. There should be in CCTV cameras, more in number, so that all these footprint scans, height, body, facial features, everything should be taken clearly so that the Criminal Process and the Identification Act, which very recently was enacted in the year 2023, can be more or less very much important in the upcoming year for the criminal justice system. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Attorney Roy, for your very informative presentation. Thank you. Now, next virtual presenters, we have the paper titled Input-Oriented Technical Efficiency of Indian Chemical Industry in the Post reform era. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Sanchita D. Miss D.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, I'm going to share the screen. Just a minute. Is it visible? Hello?
Yeah, it is visible. Just go to the first slide if possible.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, it's visible.
Just a minute. Is this all right?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Shonchita De, Associate Professor in Department of Basic Science and Humanities, University of Engineering and Management, Kolkata. My topic is input-oriented technical efficiency of Indian chemical industry in the post-reform era. Now, as I have worked on efficiency, first of all, I'm going to quickly discuss the concept of efficiency. In the first slide, I have drawn one production frontier, which is basically making a technological relationship between inputs employed and output produced. Now, when one farm is output efficient, that farm will be producing maximum Y-star amount of output by employing X0 amount of input. But if that farm is output inefficient, by employing X0 amount of input, that farm will be producing only Y0 amount of output. That is, that farm will be producing below the production frontier. On the other hand, if a farm is input efficient, that farm will be producing Y0 amount of output only by employing extra amount of input. But if that farm is input inefficient, that same level of output, that is Y0 amount of output, will be produced only by employing X0 amount of input. Again, that farm will be employing below the frontier. So when a farm wants to be technically efficient, that farm needs to be operating only on the production frontier. So this is the explanation of the previous diagram, which I have already mentioned. Now, moving on to the motivation of the study. In 1991, economic reform program was introduced in India. Government of India adopted liberalization policy. As a result, Indian domestic firms were exposed to international competition. The argument in favor of adopting liberalization policy is to increase the efficiency of Indian manufacturing industry. Thus, the question can be asked, what is the performance position of Indian manufacturing industry during the post-reform era? Now, Indian manufacturing industry is having different industry groups. For current analysis, for current study, I have chosen Indian chemical industry on the ground that it is one of the India's oldest and major manufacturing industry, accounting about 14% of production in Indian industry. It has contribution of 7% towards gross domestic product of the country. The total investment of Indian chemical industry is approximately $60 billion. It has generated total employment of 6 million. It has, the Indian chemical industry is 6th largest in the world and 3rd largest in Asia in terms of production volume. It produces varieties of product, more than 80,000 products related to petrochemical, fertilizer, pharmaceuticals, and it is also having huge contribution towards total export of the country, that is around 14%. Now, this is the previous one is the survey of literature. The perusal of literature suggests that while emphasizing on determinant of performance indicators, some authors emphasized on farms' characteristics like size of the farm, concentration ratio, age of the farms, while some other authors emphasized on different strategic variables undertaken by the farm, for example, advertising, marketing, R&D, net export as explanatory variables. While considering the effects of different explanatory variables, different authors consider these variables as exogenous in nature. But perusal of literature suggests that there exists a nexus relationship between Indian chemical farms' performances and different strategic variables like advertising, marketing, R&D, net export. These strategic variables may be endogenous in nature, meaning that these strategic variables may not only affect the farm's performances like input-oriented technical efficiency, but in turn, they may also get affected by farm's performance indicator. Thus, there is and interrelationship between these variables. And there is data in the study highlighting this relationship, this simultaneous relationship, and the present study will fill up this gap and contribute to the literature in this direction. So this study basically deals with analyzing the performance indicator, namely input-oriented technical efficiency of Indian chemical industry in the post-reform era. It will also find out its measure and determinants. It measures the extent of underutilization of different inputs used in the production process. So the main three research questions of this study are the following. In the post-reform era, for Indian chemical industry, what is the extent of input-oriented technical efficiency? What is the extent of underutilization of different inputs used in the production process, and what are the possible determinants of input-oriented technical efficiency? Now, for the analysis purpose, the data regarding input-output variable and factors determining efficiency have been collected from CMI Prowse database for the time period March 1995 to 2016. Total number of Indian chemical firms incorporated is 223. The study conceptualizes 1 output and 5 input production technology. Total sales has been considered as the output in this model, and inputs are the following: raw material inputs, energy and water inputs, labor, land, and capital inputs. Now, for measurement of efficiency, I have considered non-parametric data envelopment analysis approach, and for determinant analysis, I have performed simultaneous panel model as developed by Baltagi, that is EC2SLS random effect instrumental variable regression for input-oriented technical efficiency block consisting of the following determinants: advertising, marketing, research and development, net export, diversification index, at age dummy, and the size of the farm. Now, it may be possible that different explanatory variables is having non-linear relationship. To get this effect, I have considered their sole effect, the effect of their square terms, and the joint effect of different variables, as well as I have incorporated the effect of 1 year lack of different strategic variables. Now, moving on to the estimated result of the study, the grand mean input-oriented technical efficiency of Indian chemical industry is 0.832, suggesting that the same level of output could be produced by the present sample farms by reducing 17.7% of input if inputs are used efficiently. Now, the input-oriented technical efficiency of the Indian chemical industry kept on fluctuating over the study period. It has increased from 0.74 in 1995 to 0.783 in the year 2016. It was highest in the year 2000, that is 0.91, and it was lowest in the year 2015, that is 0.737. Now, if I consider the entire sample, only 12% of the sample farms are producing efficiently. They are having the total efficiency, the technical efficiency score of 1. They are operating on the production frontier, but the remaining 88% of sample farms are operating below the frontier. They are operating inefficiently. Now, the next table is basically showing mean input slack measured in percentage term. This table is basically a proof of inefficient utilization of scarce resources by Indian chemical firms over the study period, because the study suggests that the same amount of output could be produced by the present sample farms by reducing raw material inputs by 30%, energy and water inputs by 75%, labor by 18%, land by 14%, and capital by 328%. Now, moving on to the determinant analysis, here I have basically represented the effects of different variables on input-oriented technical efficiency of Indian chemical firms over the study period. I have calculated the marginal effect of different strategic variables like advertising, marketing, R&D, and net export on input-oriented technical efficiency.
Dr. D, you may wrap up your paper, please. Thank you.
Within a minute, ma'am. Sorry.
Yeah, time is up for 7 minutes, but you may wrap up your...
Okay, I'm quickly going to finish. So all these strategic variables are having positive marginal effect on input-oriented technical efficiency. In this table, I have captured the positive marginal effect of input-oriented technical efficiency on advertising. Next table is showing the positive marginal effect of input-oriented technical efficiency on marketing. The next one is suggesting that ITI, input-oriented technical efficiency, is having positive effect on research and development. And the last one is basically representing that input-oriented technical efficiency is also having positive marginal effect on net export. So the main findings of this study are the following. Grant mean input-oriented technical efficiency is 0.83. 12% of the total farms, sample farms, are operating efficiently. The determinant analysis suggests that advertising, marketing, research and development, net export, all are having positive marginal effect on input-oriented technical efficiency in the current year, and as well as the input-oriented technical efficiency is also having positive marginal effect on these said strategic variables. One limitation of this study is while explaining efficiency, I have considered non-parametric DEA, but the literature supports the fact that this study can be carried out using parametric stochastic frontier function approach to verify the robustness of the result. This is our future agenda of research. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, hello. Okay, thank you, Dr. B, for taking time to research on the chemical industry, because this may somehow harm the society if not given the proper research and proper study. Thank you again, Dr. D, for your nice presentation. For our next presenter, for our next presenter, hello. Okay. Yeah, another. Hello. Hello, hello. Hello. Another virtual presentation. Hello. For the paper titled From Waste to Wealth, Circular Economy and Wealth Creation, let us all welcome Jitendra Nayak from our virtual presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and
Okay, I'll
clear.
be sharing my slide. Is it visible?
Yeah, it's visible, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. And thank you for giving the opportunity to present the paper. And here, if I go and focus on the research or the theme of this particular international conference, we are focusing from various dimensions, the multidisciplinary dimensions, to understand a sustainable society. So here, when we are talking about a sustainable society, it's basically we are trying to give something to the future generations. So here in the 21st century, we are actually focusing on creation of wealth. But what about creating a circular economy where we also focus on waste to create wealth? So here is the theme of my presentation. I'll be summarizing the facts, and the organization which I have taken as a case study, I'm also an advisor to this, it is called Zero Waste India. And here, what we try to do, we will be telling in detail in the following slides. This is an ecological solution trust. We popularly call it as Amuktika, and it's located in West Bengal, Kolkata. And the intention or the aim of this organization is to build a zero waste India, build a self-sufficient India. Especially, we are focusing on rural development, where it's not only providing opportunities for rural employment opportunities, but also to minimizing. There may be a question which may arise that why we are focusing on a countryside or a rural area which produces less number of waste compared to the urban area. That I'll be explaining in the following slides. Focusing, as I said, about building a smart economy, and ultimately the focus is on creating a circular economy. Moving next, the intention of this organization is all about creating a setback or creating a set platform where the focus is not only just to create wealth from waste, but also to impart education, research, and promotion of eco-friendly goods and productions, which is taken from the rural area. If we focus, most of the places which I have visited in India and abroad, most of the time, wherever we go for the destination for what you call a holiday or anything, it is something which is away from the urban settlement. So why the countryside or the places which are away from the hush and bush of the industry is always neat and clean? It means the people are focusing on the nature and also on their nature. It means you are trying to have a symbiotic relation between both man and nature. So here it is the same thing which we are focusing, where we are trying to understand how we can promote the same, or going back to the history, to build a better India, which is zero waste, and also to promote the culture of wealth management. So the objective of this study is to create a sense of social awareness, and also to going back to the lifestyle work for the rural development. Here, what we are doing about the rural development is understanding the skill and the knowledge of the rural setup, and we are establishing eco shops in different parts of Bengal. Apart from that, it is also providing them an opportunity apart from their traditional occupation like agriculture, where they can be a part of the modern day eco shops, which by instilling a sense of skill. Apart from that, it is also to focus on an approach where we are focusing on bottom top approach, where rural society or the agriculture or people living as the basis of the agriculture also contribute to the mainland economy, and at the same time to increase the supply chain from the rural area to the urban area. And the last important thing, which is the focus, is generally when we talk about the countryside or rural area, they lack technology. So it is also that we, as or what you call that's ZWI, is taking an initiative to provide certain basic technology which can be helpful for them to run and to earn revenue using minimalistic technology, which can help the production to rise at a commercial level. And mind you, here we are focusing on how to create all these goods, what we call eco shops, from the wealth we have collected from in and around West Bengal. So as I was stating in the very first slide, that why rural development, and it's all about how we can provide them wealth through this circular economy. And the reason what we are focusing is to improve the quality of life and, of course, their economic or the monetary well-being. And here, the Indian government is focusing on overall development. They have focused on smart cities. This is basically for the urban areas. But when we talk about the rural development, we are focusing more on inclusive growth, so that there is no urban and rural divide, and it is more for working together for the nation's development. So the other important point is that linear production and consumption models, which is one of the important key points of circular economy. And it is more like creating an SMEs, what we call small and marginal industries, where we are trying to create a sort of an entrepreneurship among the women in the villages, among the self-help group, or any NGOs or organization which are helping for upliftment of women. And
Last 2 minutes.
Okay. So yeah, almost I'm on the verge of conclusion. And here, because of the circular economy, we are focusing on 4 important points. That is environmental protection, resource optimization, economic and social development of the rural areas. For this, we have, as of now, has established eco shops. And this coincides with the 4 cardinal, sustainable goals. That is no poverty, zero hunger, a good quality education, and affordability and clean energy, along with the decent work and economic growth. And considering the conclusion and the outcomes, we have found that unless and until we have an inclusive growth, where we include both the grassroots and the urban level, we will not be reaching to a sustainable tomorrow. We know that the rural areas, people are very resilient and adaptable. So we have to use this their efficiency for effectiveness, aligning with the sustainable development goals. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sir Naya. Let us support a zero waste India. Thank you for your for a nice presentation. Okay, let's give Sir Nayak a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. For our last two virtual presenters. So for our next presenter, let us welcome Mr. Rolando Pascua for the paper titled The Effects of Cooperative Learning Methodology on the Oral Proficiency of Third-Year Students of Pitogo High School. Is this in Bicol, Sir Pascua? Pitogo? Ah? Pitogo High School, sir? Is it located in Bicol or in Manila? Sir Pascua? Sir Rolando Pascua?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Is
It's
your
located
school in Bicol or in Manila?
in Makati.
In Makati. All right. So it is
Yes,
in
ma'am.
Manila. Okay. The floor is yours now, Sir Pascua.
Okay, ma'am. Sorry, there's a feedback of my cell phone. Wait
All
a
right. We can
moment.
hear you loud and clear.
But there's a feedback, ma'am.
A feedback?
Oh, ma'am. Maybe I will just only use this laptop. Okay, ma'am. Am I now audible?
Yes, po.
Yes, ma'am.
You can proceed now.
Hello, ma'am. Am I now audible?
Yes, sir.
Sir Rolando Pascua, you are audible and we can see your presentation now. Anytime when you're ready, you may start the presentation.
Can you hear me loud and clear, ma'am?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hello, are you start talking now? We can no audio.
Okay,
On your
ma'am. Am I
phone?
audible?
Yes.
Okay, I will start, ma'am.
Your presentation sudah. Nay.
But there's an echo.
Sir Rolando, may I ask if you are using two devices?
Yes, ma'am. Well,
If so, kindly unmute the other one or log out the other device. You can use one device only.
I will just unmute, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
How about this time?
Is that okay, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, ma'am.
You may start, sir.
Okay, I'm now introducing myself. I'm Mr. Rolando Pascua. I'm a senior high school student of the Mesiyabo Senior High School, and at the same time, part-time at Emilio Aguinaldo College. Yes, I heard the feedback, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. A pleasant afternoon. I'm delighted to present to you my research titled The Effects of Cooperative Learning Methodology on the Oral Proficiency of Third-Year Student of Pitogo High School. Okay, this is my introduction. Hello, ma'am. Can you still hear me?
Yes. Yes, sir. We're listening.
Sir Rolando, we can hear you and you can proceed your presentation. Later on po, we will having our Q&A, so don't worry. Continue the presentation. Sir Rolando?
Hello, ma'am.
Ayan. It's better, sir. We can hear you. You may continue your presentation. Maybe there's a problem in your end.
Balikan na lang natin.
Hello, Sir Pasqua. Pwede po ba na yung next presenter muna? Or okay na po?
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Kanina pa po. We're just waiting for you to proceed with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. Sorry for that. Okay, in the Philippines, English is used as a second language. As such, the teaching of English was mandated by our constitution. Thus, English subject was included in our curriculum. There are reasons why the researcher was motivated to conduct this study. So, first is the determined continuing deterioration of English language learning in the Philippines. Second, Tichy 2002 validated the reports regarding the alleged declining English proficiency of the younger generation of Filipinos. And the third, the Department of Education supported this issue due to low performance of teachers in the English proficiency test. Lastly, the equally poor performance of grade 4 pupils in high school students in the National Diagnostic Exam when this research study was conducted. Let's proceed to the literature literature review. Slavin 1980 defines cooperative learning as a technique in which students work on learning activities in a small group. So cooperative learning creates a student-centered classroom where students exercise control over their activities. So according to Johnson and Johnson 1986, distinguish basic elements of cooperative learning. We have the positive interdependence, we have the face-to-face interaction, individual accountability, interpersonal and small group skills, group processing, statement of the problem. This study aimed to investigate the effects of cooperative learning methodology in teaching English on the oral proficiency of third-year students at Pitugo High School. Specifically, the study sought to answer the following question: what's the oral proficiency of the students before and after the implementation of the learning methodology? What is the oral proficiency of the student before and after the implementation of traditional method of teaching? The student who exposed to cooperative learning methods show a greater level of proficiency than those who are not exposed to traditional method of learning. This is the hypothesis. Okay, there is no significant difference between the oral proficiency of the experimental group before and after the experiment and 1.2 control group before and after the experiment. Number two, there is no significant difference on the level of proficiency of two groups of students after the experiment. The theoretical framework, so based on the theory of cooperation, according to Axelrod 1990. Then the conceptual framework, the researcher used two methodologies, which are cooperative learning and traditional learning. The research design, the researcher used experimental design called the pre-test and post-test control group design. The sample, there are 75 students and each group has total of 35 students. So the following instruments were used in the study. We have the student questionnaire form, the instructional materials, and the oral proficiency test, and the rubric, the data gathering procedure. So the researcher developed lesson plans that could help enhance the oral proficiency of the students. The statistical treatment used, the researcher used the dependent t-test and independent t-test. The result and discussion, the first table depicted the verbal interpretation of the mean scores obtained by the experimental group and traditional group in order to answer the research question regarding the level of proficiency of students before and after they are exposed to cooperative and learning and traditional method. As shown there on the table 2, in table 2, there was a gain score of 1.15 from the pre-test mean of 1.05 and post mean post-test mean of 2.255 with the experimental group. The implementation of cooperative learning seemed to be the factor of such increase in the different variables as shown above, as well as the overall total in the cooperative learning group. However, the said increase in the post-test was quite minimal. As shown in table 3, there was a gain score of 0.035 from the pre-test mean of 1.491 and post-test mean of 1.926 with the traditional group. The implementation of traditional methods seem to be the factor of such increase in the different variables as shown in the table, as well as the overall total in the traditional group. So we have here the t-test score for communication and fluency, which 1.148, which had insignificant interpretation. For grammar, obtained 2.376, vocabulary obtained 1.686, which had insignificant interpretation. For pronunciation, obtained 1.225, which had insignificant interpretation. Among the 4 variables, only grammar obtained a significant interpretation. Thus, the said variable benefited the cooperative learning method. Our grammatical competence may be acquired and enhanced through the cooperative efforts of group and consistent use of the target language. So as shown in table 5, the p-values in the different variables are lower than the level of significance, which is 0.05. Therefore, the hypothesis which asserts that there is no significant difference between the mean score before and after the implementation of the cooperative learning method is rejected. The table revealed that students' oral proficiency, both the control group and experimental group, ranges from very poor in the pre-test and poor to the post-test. As shown in table 6, the p-values in the different variables are lower than the level of significance of which is 0.05. Therefore, the hypothesis which asserts that there is no significant difference between the mean score and after the implementation of traditional learning method is rejected. In conclusion, the structured cooperative learning lesson plans are suited to third year high school class. Then the lesson plans prepared by the researcher are useful in developing cooperation, critical thinking, and communication competence. Number 3, they are helpful in developing social skills, leadership, decision-making, and conflict management. And number 5, the developed cooperative learning lesson plans may provide insight on how to structure the true essence of cooperative learning and group activities. Lesson plans may serve as a model in designing cooperative learning lessons. The study revealed that cooperative learning has no influence on the oral proficiency of the students based on the statistical treatment on independent sample or variables. However, the 4 variables use only grammar obtain a significant interpretation. 2 months or 8 weeks is not enough to enhance the oral proficiency of the students. On the other hand, the study revealed that cooperative and traditional learning methods may enhance the oral proficiency of the student based on the statistical treatment on dependent variables. So the increased mean score.
Time is up. You may wrap it up. Time is up, but you may wrap it up, Sir.
Okay. Well, it mentioned already that the dependent variables, it has an impact on the oral proficiency of the student. However, the other one, the t-test of independent variables, does not show that it has a significant difference between the 2 variables. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you, Sir Pascua, for your continuous search for learning methodology to a more effective and efficient learning activities for our students. Thank you, Sir Pascua.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. For our last but not the least presenter, a virtual presentation again for a paper titled A Review on Integration of PCMs in reducing indoor building temperature for future development. Let us all welcome Yumi, Nadia, Noor, Ali. Hello, Yumi, are you there? Yumi, Nadia. Is it a recorded video? Okay. Let us watch the video recording of Yumi, Nadia, Noor, Ali.
Malaysia experiences hot and humid weather throughout the year. The annual mean temperature is 33 degrees Celsius with an average daily maximum temperature is 38 to 40 degrees Celsius. The standard of indoor thermal comfort is between 24 to 29 degrees. As a result, air conditioning system become a necessity in building to maintain indoor thermal comfort, resulting in increased energy consumption. This increasing rapidly in developing countries to improve living standard. As a consequence, energy consumption will be high because of the dependence on the air conditioning system, leading to increasing the cost of power. This led to climate change that caused by human activities. The largest contribution is from air conditioner usage that produce devastating carbon dioxide by our civilization. Thermal energy storage applications in buildings have increased in popularity in recent years. This thermal energy storage system can store and release the heat to be used later at different conditions such as temperature. This system is divided into three types of sensible heat, latent heat, and thermochemical. Latent heat storage using PCM is the commonly chosen method because a large quantity of energy can be absorbed or released at almost isothermal temperature or within a very limited temperature range. The term latent heat refers to the process by which a substance changes state, such as from solid to liquid, liquid to solid, liquid to gas, or vice versa. Temperature integration PCM as latent thermal energy is a popular method to incorporate them into the building envelope. Storing and releasing heat within a certain temperature range will raise the building inertia and stabilize the indoor climate. Passive cooling heating technology based on the use of latent heat could significantly contribute to the preservation of indoor thermal comfort, hence lowering energy consumption costs. The required quality of PCM include a high heat storage capacity, a reasonable melting point, chemical stability, low cost, and abundance. In this invention, inorganic cell hydride were chosen as phase change material. Table 1. These several thermal characteristics of PCM and its application to be integrated in building material for cooling purpose. There has been extensive literature on passive cooling in building around the world. Integrating a combination of PCM, whether organic or inorganic, into construction material has demonstrated an ideal melting point range suitable for hot and humid climate. Additionally, these materials exhibit a high latent heat capacity, which enabling them to effectively absorb and manage the heat. This argument is further supported by Kellners and Gell 2015 claim that PCM can help in regulating the ambient temperature within a specific range close to their transition temperature due to the latent heat is absorbed and released during the phase transition. Patil 2012 mentioned that inorganic PCM are non-flammable, have a sharp melting point, high latent heat capacity, high thermal conductivity, non-toxic, abundant, and inexpensive. However, these inorganic PCM have a tendency to corrode the metal storage container, resulting in a shorter system life and leakage a problem. Stephen et al. 2018 found that leakage problem can be overcome by employing encapsulation method to produce either micro or macro encapsulated PCM. To simplify this, PCM is a good material for building application in reducing the indoor temperature and as high latent heat storage, which can be implemented in solar panel. The second part of our literature review focused on the integration of PCM into building. From the insight gathered, we can conclude that combining multiple PCM allow us to tailor their melting temperature to align with specific climate condition. By installing PCM in the exterior wall of building, we can effectively lower indoor temperature, hence reducing the energy needed for air conditioning system. However, it's important to avoid integrating PCM directly into building component because once their useful life ends, they become challenging to remove without professional demolition and reconstruction. Instead, we recommend using encapsulation method in future building innovation. Encapsulation allows for easy maintenance, replacement, and flexibility, making it a better choice for suitable, sustainable building solution. There are three common methods for integrating PCM into building material. First, direct impregnation. Second, encapsulation. Third, shape stabilization. Each method comes with its own set of pros and cons. However, we strongly recommend the encapsulation method because it doesn't compromise the structural integrity of the building. By utilizing encapsulation to lower indoor temperature, we can seamlessly incorporate it as an additional feature in the building to enhance indoor temperature control. Here are two proposed methods for incorporating PCM system into a building to reduce indoor temperature. The first method is the pumping technique, where the PCM is stored in a dedicated tank before being pumped into the building. This concept is similar to radiant cooling floor. When the PCM inside the building reaches its melting point temperature limit, the system automatically flushes the PCM back into the storage tank and replaces it with fresh PCM. This ensures that as the PCM absorbs heat from the building, it is continually refreshed with new PCM at the desired onset temperature to maintain a comfortable indoor temperature range. The second method involves using encapsulated PCM panel attached to the exterior of the building wall. This technique not only serves to reduce indoor temperature but can also function as decorative element for the building exterior. An interlocking system can be employed to secure this panel to the building wall. In figure 4b, you can see the cross-section of the encapsulated panel which contains PCM at its core. This method offers several advantages. It doesn't compromise the structural integrity of the building, and the panel can be easily removed when they reach their lifespan and replaced with new one. In comparison to the first method, where PCM is embedded within the building wall. This approach allows for greater flexibility and maintenance ease. In conclusion, the possible use of phase change material for thermal heat storage integrated into building material is promising. The improvement of the thermal heat storage of eutectic PCM may make it more widely used in construction and building application, which enhance indoor thermal comfort, reduce electricity bill with less dependency on air conditioning system, reduce carbon dioxide production, sustainable, and also has aesthetic value for marketing ideas.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yumi, Nadia, Nor, Ali. Thank you so much. Once again, congratulations to all our 9 presenters. And of course, we would like to thanks them for for sharing their knowledge in this morning session. So from the technology, from the GBT chat to women's opportunity, through the classroom environment, and of course, taking care of our environment. And so it all boils down to our topic, which is sustainable society. So once again, let's give them a round of applause. May we invite all of them to be in front for the short question and answer. And can we request our virtual participants to open your cam if it is available, if your camera is available. So can we call on Ms. Myla Hernandez, Ms. Amelita Katugda. So these are the in-person presenters. And Ms. Siniwati and Mushrayani Usman. Can we invite you here in front? All right. Okay. Don't worry, it is our last session for today. All right. Anybody for any clarification? For any suggestions or any questions? Yes, sir. Yeah, from the chat box, please. So we have for the chat box. For the virtual participants, we have Koyel Roy, we have Dr. D or Sanchita D, Rolando M. Pascua, and Dr. Yumi Nadia Nor Ali. Okay. For our first question, yes, yes, your question, please. Where's the mic?
Actually, I don't have, this is not a question. Your paper is highly respected because those papers contribute for improvement of practices and replication to other contexts that needs it. But when it comes to the paper that has something to do with, I don't have the title, no, but that has something to do with migration of younger women. If I will get the can I have the time to...
The title, Women's Opportunities to Migrate at a Young Age, Taking Advantage of the Momentum of Demographic Bonus.
I like the title, the topic, but how I wish another paper be made or be conducted wherein adding more variables like equating geographical benefits or bonus geographical benefits of younger women migrated somewhere as geographical benefits versus environmental threats and coercion.
Oh.
So in that case, perhaps we will not be updated, not just the benefits that these young women has from geography, but also what are the threats and coercion these young ladies, young women, most likely experience being vulnerable at that with all this vulnerability.
Vulnerable society. The VUCA society.
Another thing is with the one that presented paper that has something to do with milk tea industry.
Milk tea. Yes. Assessing by Myla Hernandez, assessing the knowledge, attitudes of practices of milk tea shop.
In the Philippines, that is one of the booming industry. The only thing that I noticed was there is less government, especially the Department of Health. In fact, they lack mechanism to monitor and regulate the proliferation of this industry that is, with due respect to industry, let's say business establishment, have this kind of business that strictly implementing standards, safety standards. But there are others in the black market engage this kind of business without observing and adhering standards,
The
health
safety and
standards.
security
That is why,
standard.
yes, there are some cases of poisoning happening in the Philippines.
Yes.
In fact, worse because some of them, died in that food poison and that poisoning of that particular milk tea. No? And then another thing is that has something to do with BPO industry.
Yeah, with Miss Amelita Katugda.
The same story, the same situation we're in. Parang, I supposed to speak dialect, Tagalog. It seems that the government has less attention of what is happening now to our BPO worker, BPO employee. The graveyard is in the night shift.
Yes.
They are sitting 8 hours, more or less, or more. And there is less blood circulation. That is why most of the BPO employees experience early diseases, early ailment because of that.
Including the AIDS, sir?
Yeah. And in fact, most, if not all, employees are, taking for granted with this situation. Kaya that is why it is it is a sad reality among the BPO employees, when in fact they are one of the major contributor to our economy,
Yeah,
booming
true.
economy. So perhaps this study will serve as eye opener because it has policy implication to our political leaders to do something. And then another thing is in the online, I like that also the paper of, I do not know if she is an attorney from India.
Yeah, Koyal Roy.
Yes. She mentioned about, the paper mentioned about the importance of
The law and efficacy of TI parade or test investigation, identification.
to variables equated, implication, criminal justice system, I think, to
Yeah.
constitutional laws, and the other one. My question is, as a researcher, and with this result, disturbing result, and that in a way, one of the most important characteristic of research is that the result must be
The result.
disturbing so that it can catch attention. If it is not disturbing, it might be forgotten. Now,
Yeah, you're true.
my question is, with this output of her research, since this is highly perhaps we can say there is a policy implication, legal policy implication. Because as she presented the recommendation, there is no mention about a recommendation to be submitted to the law-making body, because the variable mentioned about the constitutional law, which is the mother of all laws, and the law-making body of India is the parliament. So what will be the to the end of this paper or the researcher, what is the future of this paper, the result of this paper rather? Is there any way of sending or furnishing an executive report out of the result of this paper to the policy making body, the highest the highest law making body of the land? Because that concern is also concern of the Philippines. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. One at a time, please. One at a time. Maybe we can hear from them. From the young age.
Anyway, I'm not asking, no? Only only the paper from India.
Yeah.
But the rest, I'm just commenting.
All right. So no need for them to
It's up to them to react
to
to my
react.
reaction. But as to the paper, which is highly legal in
yes.
nature, I want to know how he or she inform or
The
communicate the result
Yes.
to the concerned government body, which is the parliament, because the parliament in India is the law-making body. Ours in the Philippines is the Congress, but theirs is parliament.
Yes, sir. So anybody from the paper presenters for your reactions? None. Okay, thank you very much, sir. But may we call on Koyal Roy for the reaction or for the feedback from the query? Hello, from the virtual participants. Koyal Roy, are you still there? Koyal? All right, but let's proceed with the virtual questions we have here. The question is for Milk Tea Shop for Miss Myla Hernandez and Miss Joy. Milk tea also popular in Indonesia. We have retail shops selling that. How to implement sanity more affordable since sanitation. Sorry, sanitation more affordable since most of milk tea shops are small company. Yeah. Thank you for your question. Sanitation, yeah. How to implement sanitation more affordable?
Okay, thank you for your questions. As a researcher, I recommend to attend the seminars, training, and workshops that are related to the safety and sanitation, especially for the proper handling of foods. Maybe the local government of your area are offering that kind of seminars, so that is free, so more affordable. Attending on that kind of seminars will help you to gain knowledge, to improve your skills, to improve your skills in food business operations, like the milk tea shops.
Okay, thank you. So the answer is just coordinate with the government office, okay, that is in charge for this kind of business, and to avoid the poison incident. And also, they need to subject themselves for the permit no, in the government office.
Yes, ma'am. In addition to Miss Myla's answer a while ago, aside from in partnership with the local government, of course, the owner itself, they must hire those qualified food handlers, and these food handlers should pass on a specific requirements that they are really into. They do have the knowledge, they do have the positive attitude, and they are practicing what is really needed, stipulated, for example, in their standard operating procedures and making milk tea. That's all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything, anyone else from the audience?
Thank you very much, Mr.
Miss Dean Lualhati, do you have anything to say?
Oh yeah. I want to ask about my research because output from my
Okay.
research is police bribe, because in Indonesia last until now we have different about the job a woman, because Indonesia have make a label or prototype from for woman to work. So I think, and then I think until now not to finish about that, because maybe different about the culture. So in today I stay in here, and then I'm following about the ICMASS, because I want to need about the different what the culture in Indonesia. If you talk about the talk woman work, maybe like that. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, in addition with Dr. Chavez, regarding with the concern of 8 hours sitting on the BPO employee. So now I'm handling ergonomic subjects. So I'm to the employers of the BPO, they should have some kind of ergonomics concern or seminar regarding with the benefits of their employee, because it is very important the health of their employee. Sitting 8 hours on their chair has a negative effect on their health, most especially on their spinal. So hopefully they will discuss about the ergonomics and the effect on their employee.
Okay. Dr. Chavez, all right. Some more?
The Department of Labor also is the right agency in the part of the government to take charge of this. So, however, if we will not give them, we will not communicate the result of the study.
The result of the study.
They don't know what is happening in the field. And the same thing with the milk tea industry, to involve the employers.
Yes.
Aside from the, let's say, DTI. DTI is the one in the Philippines, is the regulating body for, the regulating agency for legalization of business.
Yeah. That's why we've mentioned that we need to subject
Yes, and of
themselves
course,
for a
the
permit.
Department of Health and the BFAD,
Yes,
Bureau
okay.
of Food and Drugs. These are the government agencies that have the fund.
Okay.
If
So-
only they know.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Chavez. What a fruitful discussion. Thank you once again. And to our virtual participant, thank you so much. Okay. Picture. Yes, picture. Please, virtual participants. Can you have to turn on? Can we request to turn on your camera? Ako yan. Nasaan po ang mga virtual participants? Ayan. For the virtual participants, let us all wait for the best presenters and best paper. Don't close your Zoom yet. Okay, thank you so much, Miss Joy. Back to you.
All right, thank you so much to our presenters and to our engaging audience. And now we're down to our last keynote speaker. I know you guys are very excited. So without further ado, let's welcome our last but not the least keynote speaker. And she is the founder and chairman of Smart Indonesia Academy, the School of Management and Consulting, a reputable learning and course board with distinguished national and international scope accreditations. She is experienced master trainer with numerous clean hours and is now taking the position of director of the certification program of the America Academy Asia Pacific chapter. She has an extensive experience in developing high network client relationship, and referral networks, in overseeing small businesses and large corporations. Daily activities which lead her to become a qualified economist. With an extensive background, she brings over 17 years of experience as a leader banker, an executive leader in banking industry, including Indonesian state institutions affiliated with the government. Additionally, she has spent 2 years as the division head of public relations and communications of the government board in Indonesia and another 2 years as a strategic alliances head division. Over 2 decades, she had dedicated her career to economics and management, with a specific focus on seeking the most effective methods in management, Islamic banking, and Islamic finance. A published author, professional practitioner, an expert in end-to-end management consulting. She has invested her expertise in various roles, demonstrating a commitment to identifying outstanding management professionals in her current research objective. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to our last key speaker, Ms. Tanti Widya Nordiana, book author, founder, and chairman of Smart Indonesia Academy Indonesia, with the topic Islamic versus Conventional Finance, the role of Islamic and conventional instrument on the stability of Indonesia's financial sector. A round of applause, please.
To stand before you at the second International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, ICMASS 2023, here in the vibrant city of Kuala Lumpur as we gather on 2nd and 3rd of December 2023, I am privileged to address you as the international keynote speaker, delving into a topic of most significance: Islamic versus conventional finance, the role of Islamic and conventional instrument of the stability of Indonesia financial sector. In exploring this theme, we aim to navigate the critical intersection between financial and sustainability, with a particular focus on the unique context of Indonesia, the dynamics between Islamic and conventional financial instruments play a pivotal role of shaping the stability of Indonesia financial sector, presenting us with an opportunity to understand and contribute to the broader discourse on sustainable development. As we engage in discussion over the next 2 days, let us collectively explore innovative solutions and foster interdisciplinary collaboration that can drive positive change in the financial landscape. May our deliberation during ICMASS 2023 pave the way for a more sustainable and resilient future for Indonesia and beyond. Introduction to the Indonesia financial sector. The financial
Okay. Sorry for the technical difficulty. Miss Tanti will be presenting live via satellite. I'm just joking, just kidding. Via Zoom, of course. Just kidding. I'm just breaking the silence, and I just like to know if you are still with us. Go ahead, Miss Tanti. Miss Tanti, go ahead. It's your turn. The virtual floor is yours. I think your microphone is muted.
sector in Indonesia stand as crucial pillar in the nation's economic growth and development. In recent years, with Indonesia's rapid advance on the global stage, questions concerning the stability of the financial sector have become increasingly prominent. The existence of Sharia-compliant and conventional financial system has significant implications for the stability of Indonesia's financial sector. This distinct system also impacts the resilience on economic growth to the country. The existence of Sharia-compliant and conventional financial system has significant implications for the stability of Indonesia's financial sector. Furthermore, this distinct system also influences the resilience and economic growth for the nation.
Good afternoon, Miss
Sorry,
Tanti. I
Okay,
believe
good afternoon. I'm so sorry about this internet connection here.
No worries, Miss Tanti. That's our problem also in the Philippines.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we can start now from this topic about comparing comparing and conventional and Islamic financial sector implication for Indonesia financial sector stability. Okay, we would like to understand the introduction to Indonesian financial sector. That is the financial sector in Indonesia stand as a crucial pillar in the nation economic growth and development. In recent years, with the Indonesia rapid advancement on the global stage, questions concerning the stability of the financial sector have becoming increasingly prominent. The existence of Sharia-compliant and conventional financial system has significant implications for the stability of Indonesia financial sector. Okay, we would like to understand about financial sector. That is another research that is also explained that this distinct system also impact the resilience, the economic growth, of the country, of course. The existence of Sharia compliant and conventional financial system has significant implications for the stability of Indonesia financial sector. Furthermore, this distinct system also influence the resilience and economic growth of the nation. Okay, we would like to understand the financial landscape of Indonesia presents an intriguing duality between Sharia compliant and conventional financial system. That is, the Sharia commercial bank in Indonesia are divided into two main categories, that is regional development banks and national private banks. The financial landscape of the Indonesian present this is duality between the Sharia compliant and conventional financial system. In the realistic, this is they have one state-owned banks that is about 18,000 banks, and then number 2 regional development bank that is 5,100 banks. The third national private bank, 7,000 banks, and foreign banks branches. That is about 27 banks. Thus, as 2021, the total number of conventional commercial banks in Indonesia has reached at a staggering figure of 30,000 banks. We speak now about the Islamic financial principle that is operates based on a set of principles and guidelines derived from Islamic law of Sharia, and then the Islamic financial principle that is Islamic finance promotes resharing and asset-backed transactions. The Sharia finance is guided by Sharia principles, operating based on resharing and adherence to ethical and moral standards. Conventional finance relies heavily on interest-based transaction. This is the opposite, right? And then the stability of Indonesia economic can be improved through the use of Islamic financial instrument. Riba is considered unfair and exploitative in Islamic economics, and its avoidance is a fundamental principle. Instead, Islamic finance promotes risk sharing, that is mudarabah, and asset-backed transaction or musyarakah, where profits and losses are shared among involved parties. Okay, we talk about now this conventional financial instrument. While conventional finance is fundamentally interest-based, as this duality continues, it raises critical question about how this differing system impact the stability of Indonesia financial sector. Conventional financial instruments are those that are not compliant with Islamic law. The most common types are stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. These instruments are widely used in countries with predominantly non-Muslim populations. With comparison between Islamic and conventional financial instruments, Islamic finance prohibits interest-based transaction and support ethical investing based on risk sharing, profit sharing, or asset-backed funding. And then the stability of the Indonesia financial sector, we speak about the stability, about the topic of this conference also, that about stability. The duality of Sharia compliant and conventional finance introduce a unique dimension of the assessment of financial sector stability in Indonesia. Research has indicated that presence of Islamic financial institution can diversify risk, as this institution operate based on different principles and may be less vulnerable to specific financial crises. We speak the influence of two systems can also be observed in the lending practices of the bank. About the Islamic banks driven by Sharia principles are prohibited for charge or paying interest. Yes, instead they operate on a profit and loss sharing basis, utilizing instruments such as mudharabah and musyarakah. In contrast, conventional banks operate with interest-based loans and are subject to fluctuating interest rates determined by market force and central banks. A diverse financial system can enhance the financial sector stability through risk diversification. During economic downturn or financial crisis, Islamic banks with their distinct risk-sharing model may exhibit greater resilience compared to conventional banks. This resilience arises from the practice of sharing risk and profits as opposed to relying solely on fixed interest income. The diversity of financial products and services offered by Islamic banks may also contribute to this resilience. Additionally, the asset-backed nature of Islamic finance ensures that investments are rooted in the real economic activities contributing to financial stability. We speak about the uniqueness of Islamic financial instrument. We speak that the unique of Islamic financial instruments, the unique aspect of Islamic finance ensure that investments are backed by the real economic activities and assets, aligning them with principles of justice and social equity. Then when effective risk management is a key in maintaining the stability of the diversified financial sector, which in turn plays an important role in maintaining healthy economic growth. Financial system diversification supporting growth and stability. According to this research of Hock and Liu study, effective regulation and supervision are also case factor in supporting harmonious cooperation between two different financial systems, so that the regulation have different impact on Islamic banks and conventional banks because their business models are different. The significance of collaboration and coordination among diverse financial sector stakeholders is equally apparent. Diversification in the financial system also provides opportunities for financial product innovation through developing products and services that are in accordance with Islamic financial principles. Financial sector management can support sustainable economic growth. Lastly, education and providing good information to the public about the difference between Islamic and conventional finance are important elements in supporting financial inclusion. Then challenge to the stability of the Indonesia financial sector. Indonesia faces challenge to its financial stability from external factors and the use of both Islamic and conventional financial instruments. And then we make this conclusion. An examination of the duality of financial system in Indonesia involve both Sharia compliant and conventional financial system reveals several significant findings. The findings that the coexistence of two systems plays a crucial role in influence the stability of the financial sector. Given the large number of financial institutions operating in Indonesia, managing this diversity in major challenge. Effective regulation and strict supervision are key elements in maintaining financial sector stability. It's evident that a diverse financial system with presence of Islamic banks hold positive potential in supporting Indonesia's economic growth. Islamic financial principles such as the prohibition of interest riba guide financial practices in Indonesia, creating opportunities for individuals to choose financial solution in accordance with their values. then effective risk management and strong collaboration among stakeholders are essentials in maintaining stability and supporting the growth of the financial sector. The key support the stability and growth of the Indonesia financial sector, authorities and regulators must continue to strengthen regulation and supervision to ensure that Islamic financial principles can be effectively integrated into the existing regulatory framework. The governments and relevant institutions need to focus more on educating and providing better information to the public about the difference between Sharia compliant and conventional financial system. The important to continue promoting financial product innovation that align with Islamic financial principles. The financial sector management needs to actively support the development of new products and services that can meet the needs of individuals and business with various financial background. Thank you for allowing me to share my insight on the important topic of Indonesia financial stability and the role of Islamic versus conventional instruments. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Tanti, for sharing the topic about the Indonesia's financial stability. And now we will proceed to the awarding of certificate to our dearest session chairs and presenters. Allow me to read the citation. Certificate of appreciation is given to in recognition of contribution as session chair at the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, organized on the 2nd to 3rd day of December 2023 at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, signed Dr. Iman Parshe, Dr. S.P. Sahu, and Associate Professor Cheryl Shariva Renomarin Morales. The certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Professor Lualhati A. de la Cruz. May we invite our keynote speakers and the core committee to join our session chair for photo documentation. All right, thank you so much. The same certificate of appreciation is given to Dr. Marilyn F. Isip, as session chair of this international conference. Okay, now let's proceed the awarding of certificate to our dearest guest speaker or keynote speaker. Certificate of appreciation is given to in recognition of contribution as guest speaker at the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, organized on the 2nd and 3rd day of December 2023 at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Signed, Dr. Iman Parshti, Dr. S.P. Sahu, and Associate Professor Cheryl Sharima Renomarin Morales. This certificate of appreciation is given to Dr. Iman Parse. And for the certificate of Miss Tanti, we will be sending it via mail. All right. Now, moving on, we will be presenting the certificate for our presenters. As we call your name, kindly be here in front. And our core committee, kindly join our presenters. The certificate of presentation is given to Divayani Sentosa and Dimas Haryo Pamungkas of Indonesia Palm Oil Strategic Studies Indonesia, presented the research paper entitled Biodiesel Mandates in Indonesia, a Strategic Pathway to Net Zero Emission by 2060, in the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, organized on 2nd to 3rd day of December 2023 at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Signed, Dr. Vijay Anand Atabali, Dr. S.P. Sahu, and Associate Professor Cheryl Sharima Rinomeron Morales. Organizers, kindly join our presenters. Same content of certificate. Our next research group. And may I invite Ms. Octadianti Kartika Padmansi with the same research paper. All right. Same certificate of presentation is given to Dimas Haryo Pamungkas, Divayani Sentosa, and Octadianti Kartika Padmansi for the research paper entitled An Analysis of Potential Augmented CPO Production in Indonesia to Comply with the B100 Mandatory Biodiesel Program Without Deforestation. And another certificate of presentation for our researchers who are in front for their research paper entitled CPO Allocation Model for Mitigating Cooking Oil Scarcity in Mandatory Biodiesel Program, the case of Indonesia. All right. Moving on, let's have certificate of presentation is given to of Mindanao State University Tawi-Tawi College of Technology and Oceanography, Philippines. Presented the research paper entitled Preserving Cultural Heritage, Introducing Tawi-Tawi Delicacies and Teaching Geometric Figures Among Primary Graders. Ms. Sheila Mar J. Jodan and Haru H. Agik II. Certificate of presentation is given to of Mindanao State University Tawi-Tawi College of Technology and Oceanography, Philippines. Presented the research paper titled The 21st Century Teachers' Competence in the New Normal Basis for Faculty Development Program. In the International Conference of Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society, organized on the 2nd to 3rd day of December 2023 at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Certificate of presentation is given to Siniwati of Hasanuddin University, Indonesia, for the research paper entitled The Effect of Using ChatGPT on the National Security in Italy and Indonesia. Certificate of Presentation is also awarded to Mosharani Osmani for the research paper entitled Women's Opportunity to Migrate at a Young Age, Taking Advantage of the Momentum of Demographic Bonus. Certificate of Presentation is awarded to Miss Abigail Dean Abelardo and Miss Catherine Arliabe of Polytechnic University of the Philippines for the research paper entitled Evaluating the Capability Building of Instructors in the Bachelor of Science in Office Administration Program for an Inclusive Education. To moderator. Wala ako. All right, the certificate of presentation is given to Myla Hernandez and Mila Joy Martinez for the research paper assessing the knowledge, attitude, and practices of food handlers, implication for food safety and sanitation. And the certificate of appreciation is awarded to Miss Amelita F. Katugda for the research paper, The Motivational Framework and Job Efficiency that Affects the Work-Life Balance of an Employee Working in the BPO Industry in Parañaque with respect to day shift and night shift. And now let's recognize our partnered university. The certificate of recognition is awarded to Masa University in recognition of contribution as partner of the International Conference on Multidisciplinary Approach for Sustainable Society. Thank you so much, Masa University. All right. Moving on, I know you guys are excited for the best presentation and best paper. All right. Okay. For the best presentation, the certificate of achievement is awarded to Octadianti Kartika Padmansi. Congratulations. All the way from Indonesia. And for our best paper, the certificate of achievement is given to Miss Sheila Marie J. Judan. Congratulations all the way from Tawi-Tawi, the Mindanao State University. Congratulations, ma'am. Congratulations again. And as we close this chapter of ICMASS 2023, let's carry the spirit of collaboration, innovation, and sustainable development into our respective fields and universities. All right. Before we conclude, let's take a moment to express our sincere appreciation to the core group. Thank you so much.
Of course, we would like to express as well your sincerest congratulations for a very wonderful moderator for today. Let's have a certificate of appreciation for the Miss Milajoy J. Martinez in recognition for being our great moderator for today. Again, our dear organizers.
To formally close our program, may I invite Dr. Sahu to close our program today. Thank you.
So at last I get a chance. In the morning I get two, but the thing was I was a sleepy bit. So this was a great day, great 2 days. And I'm very overwhelmed by all of your support. This has been a great 2 day for me, for our organization, for our co-organizers, for our committee. And this has not been a story of 2 days. This is a story of almost 6 months. So since initiation of this conference, this idea, we got a great support from PUP. We got a great support from MSU, NAPS, Smart Indonesia, IEEE, and also there are many other organizations which supported us in this. I will again point out one thing. This conference is just not for the namesake of sustainable society. But we want and we wish to have a sustainable society. So apart from giving thanks, I will request you all to work on this so that we can have a better future for us and generations to come. Again, I will thank you each and everyone to support us, to be here with us, to forging this connection which might live for lifelong with us. And I will guarantee that I will be in touch with you all. And I will ask you also to have a connection that will be a meaningful and desirable and better. We will have this type of meeting, conferences again in future. And hopefully we will take away very good memories with us. We will make some new ones and we will learn from our past and will make a better future. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us. This is the closing of day 2. Thank you. And I must say, Malaysia, Kuala Lumpur is a very great city. You should visit each and every place if you have the spare time. Enjoy your day while you're staying here. See you next time soon. Thank you.